Monday morning, Delaware Valley and beyond. Hope you're doing well as we start our midday week after an action-packed weekend and what's also going to be an action-packed week as we go here on The Fanatic. So glad you joined us. Thank you so much, all our YouTubers. Hope you guys had a great weekend also. Ray Dunn co-hosting with me today. I know you had a great weekend.
I did. Outside of the baseball, wonderful trip.
That's all right. It's all right to be in a stadium, a great stadium, see a game. Yeah, the ending. Now, Ray was at the Friday night game.
Yes.
Where I was cursing in my automobile. Mm-hmm. We went down to a friend's house where we used to live, about 20, 25 minutes away from our house. So we were down there, and I'm so weird. So it's the people we went to, it was my buddy Ed who passed away. Went to see his wife and kids. Ed, as I've described on these airwaves, Ed Tobler would watch every single inning of every Phillies game, no matter how good or bad they were. I used to go over often and watch games with him. Felt so weird on Friday night to be sitting in his house in his chair watching the Phillies game, but that's what I did. So we visited there. We get in the car. We go to come home and put it on the radio. And they announced that Hoffman's coming in the eighth inning. And I bleepity-bleeped out loud. My wife goes, what's the matter with you? I said, this means they're going to put Alvarado in the ninth inning. This is exactly what happened. If you guys remember on Friday when I asked you, I said, if you have any concerns, whatever, my one concern was that he was going to be stubborn with Alvarado. And I think I particularly laid out, look, he's struggling now, so don't put him in high-leverage situations. He does. I said to my wife, if he puts him in, and I didn't know who was warming up or whatever, I said, if he puts Alvarado in the ninth inning, they're going to lose this game because he's just not pitching well right now. And sure enough, that happens. That's the game you were at. How was it when you were leaving the ballpark? Like, for Phillies fans, how packed was it?
Oh, it was packed. No,
Phillies fans.
Yeah. Great environment. No, a lot of chirping. The Pirates got a game over 500 and the city of Pittsburgh celebrated. They enjoyed a lot of the success of, again, being a game over 500 at that point. So good for them. I'm glad that they enjoyed that moment.
Did you give them a golf clap? Hey, way to go, guys. One game over 500.
I did feel bad because every time you went back at them, like their refrain was kind of similar of like, we don't have nice things, like we're enjoying this. And I'd be like, oh, that's kind of sad. Like, I kind of feel for you.
Did you say, we're from Philadelphia, right?
Yeah, no, but like they're looking at us like, wow, you were in the World Series 2 years ago. Like your team's the best team in baseball. Like this is pretty awesome. Like I'm pretty sure someone I was with congratulated them on their Super Bowl. And they like kind of laughed at it, but they didn't really have a good response to that because they don't. Like the sports conversation ended up going into like, yeah, Skeens is cool. This is cool that you guys are in like the wild card race. And like good for you. And then they're like, yeah, and we're looking forward to like doing the Russell Wilson and Justin Fields debate in the fall. And it's like, oh yeah, that's not a world I'd want to live in. So I'm kind of glad that, you're living that. I'm living the way I am. So it was tough because they would talk smack to start, but if you had any sort of response to the Pirates fans that I interacted with, their just common refrain was, hey man, I'm just trying to enjoy something nice. Like we don't have a lot of good things going on right now in sports. We beat the best team in baseball. Let me have this.
I could live with that.
Yeah, I was okay.
Right.
It would start hostile and then get to a point of like, hey.
Just give up. Yeah. Good luck this season.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll meet in the playoffs. Who knows?
I don't want to.
Yeah, we'll see you there.
I don't want to see Skeens in the game one.
Yeah, whatever.
Honest.
Or would you have liked to have seen him pitch on Friday?
Yeah.
It was funny because Tom McCarthy yesterday on the telecast, actually, they had the conversation that we had on Friday. And he was like, I'm a baseball fan, man. I would have loved to have seen him pitch this weekend.
Yeah, I'd love to
think
see
we're
him
the
pitch
same
in a regular season game against my team.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, postseason game, I got to win all those. No thanks.
And you did not run into Cousin Livy at all?
No, I didn't run into my cousin.
Was there an attempt to?
No.
No, you didn't text her or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Listen.
There's not like in family fighting going on there or anything. No, it's just you didn't
busy.
go out of your way.
She's got a lot going on in her life.
So do you.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
I was only in Pittsburgh for like 36 hours.
You had friends to see. You had places to go. You had elbows to break.
I didn't break my elbow.
No?
I'm fine. Can't say the same for my college roommate.
Yeah, rough outing trying to get over a fence at 2:30 in the morning. Sometimes those things happen.
1:30. Let's not make it later.
Oh, it's time difference. B-Gun, how you doing today? B-Gun's producing for us today. You doing good?
Doing a lot better than his roommate, apparently. I still got both my elbows intact. I'm here, breathing, good to go.
Knock on wood. We anticipated we'd come back home with all the elbows intact.
It's never a good thing when you hear that wicked thud after 1 o'clock in the morning, midnight maybe even.
You hear the thud, and then you're waiting there for that split second for you to feel it. You know it's coming. You don't feel it right away, then it hits. And luckily, I don't know what it feels like to break my elbow, but
yeah,
he didn't either.
Not till the next day.
No, once we got in the car home, that was the Uber ride home. He realized. Yeah, there's a 50-50 shot this thing's broken right now was the exact line I got. Ooh, Saturday's going to be tough.
That is tough. It's tough breaking bones. All right, we got to get into it because this is a busy week. We got Eagles tomorrow. We got something real special with the Sixers tomorrow. And, of course, Phillies. We can't get through it until we get through the front page.
Now, the front page. The stories everyone's talking about. 97.5, The Fanatic.
All right, your Philadelphia Phillies. The word salvage was used a lot this weekend on Saturday night in the postgame. I was watching on NBC Sports Philadelphia. They were saying you got to salvage this series with a win, and that's what the Phillies did yesterday with a 6-0 win over the Pirates. The big story, and I got to tell you guys, I drove past Bishop Eustace School this morning, preparatory school, I believe it's called, there in Pennsauken, New Jersey. I drove past it. There was not a statue, nor was there a huge picture of Tyler Phillips on the building. I don't know why. I mean, I know my alma mater, which is right up the street from Bishop Eustace, probably would have a big poster, banner, something congratulating Tyler Phillips after he went 6 innings yesterday, gave up just 4 hits, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's now 2-0. Great outing by him. I still think that I see that real calm, mature way about him. That is what struck me the first time I saw him pitch in Atlanta. Really good game by him yesterday. In his 3 games with the Phillies, listen to these numbers. 16 innings pitched, 13 hits, 5 earned runs, 1 walk, and 15 strikeouts. That's cool. That's cool for a kid coming up to have that kind of a control. He's got a 2.81 ERA in his 3 games. And, Ray, I don't think I'm going to go out on a limb here by saying he's probably going to get another start in about a week. Within a week.
So.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, so good on him. It would probably put him out to, wow, they're going to host the, they host the Yankees and the Guardians and then the Yankees. So, yeah, he's going to get a serious start.
Oh, he might start the middle game of a 3-game set against the best team in the American League.
Yeah, so there's that.
That or the first one. One of the two.
Yeah.
I think it's he'll probably start Saturday against the Guardians if we make the next turn in the rotation the right way. So, yeah.
Yeah, so pretty cool. Good for him. Phils took advantage yesterday. O'Neal Cruz has an error in the 7th inning that should have been an inning-ending double play. And it was funny because I was watching the game and Tom McCarthy's like, I'm telling you, they called it an out, and he thought they were going to keep it there because he said the umpire couldn't see that it really wasn't an exchange. It was that he dropped the ball. But the replays clearly showed that Cruz never caught the ball, and then the Phillies go on to get 3 runs that inning to break it open a little bit. Nick Castellanos, he likes to homer on different days. Yesterday was a different day. He gets a home run for the series, and this is more important, for the series against Pittsburgh because you're going to need him. 5 for 12, 3 doubles, a home run, 3 RBI. So a really good series from Nick Castellanos this weekend. He actually, more than a couple times, he came to the plate. They announced his name. The pitcher threw a pitch, and he didn't swing at the first one. That's
shocking
surprising.
Stuff. Yeah.
That is shocking stuff.
I don't know what he was doing over the All-Star break, but whatever it was, keep doing it, man.
Somehow somebody got into his head and said, you don't have to swing at the first pitch every time. He was like, oh, this isn't slow pitch softball where I already have 2 strikes on me in a tournament. No, he decided I don't have to swing at that first pitch. So hoping that he continues to stay hot. Bohm, Castellanos, Stubbs, they all had 2 hits each yesterday. Everybody in the lineup had a hit yesterday, except for leadoff hitter Kyle Schwarber, but he walked twice to get on base anyway. Marte, wait, let me say that slower. Marte, Alvarado, and Ruiz, they had a clean 3 innings. The Alvarado thing yesterday was the right way to use him. Perfect. The guy's struggling. Why Rob Thompson didn't have that in his head on Friday night, I do not know. but we'll talk about that a little bit later also. So tonight, 7:40 start, Ranger Suarez. Now, it was originally supposed to be Wheeler tonight in Minnesota, but they decided to go Suarez. I saw a comment from Rob Thompson this weekend who said Suarez had an unbelievable bullpen outing. Hopefully that doesn't mean that, like he's going to say he had a bad one.
Did he miss a lot of bats in that bullpen session?
Well, this is, to further expand on it, I hope it doesn't more mean that, Wheeler didn't look exactly right with that back, so we're going to hold him off another day. You know, you always read into what people say. Of course he's going to say he was great. But, as soon as he said that, I was like, ooh, does that say that Wheeler wasn't feeling all that great? So we'll see how it all plays out. Suarez is going against righty Baylor Ober tonight. A righty. So you're probably going to have a semi-normal lineup in there of Stott, of Brandon Marsh. Ober's 8-5 with a 4.14 ERA. Something to look out for here, people. In his last 33 innings, he has 41 strikeouts. He's on a strikeout tear a little bit. So hopefully the Phillies are a little bit patient, whatever, but he's on a strikeout tear. Tomorrow night, as I said, same time, 7:40. Zach Wheeler, 10-4, 270, and still, I think, third in betting for Cy Young Award. He goes against right-hander Simeon Woods Richardson, who's 3-1 with a 3.51 ERA. And then Wednesday's a 1:10 start in Minnesota. Aaron Nolan versus right-hander Louis Varland, 0-4 with a 6.58 ERA. I think this is only his fifth start of the season, if I'm not mistaken. The Eagles, well, they report tomorrow. They come in and they bring their folders and they get weighed and measured and all of those things. So they report tomorrow. They'll take the field on Wednesday for a 10 o'clock practice. And just a programming note for you. There's supposed to be press conferences on Wednesday morning before they practice. I believe is a Sirianni on Wednesday. So at 9:30, 40-ish, Nick Sirianni is supposed to talk. We're going to play it by ear here. If it all works out, we're going to carry that. The morning show will grab it. It might flow into our show, whatever. But just stay here because you'll be able to hear all those great press conferences. I believe we're getting just coordinators this week, right?
Yeah.
Sirianni, a head coach, and then coordinators for the rest of the week. Interesting press conferences coming up, question mark. I don't know, and I really don't care.
Oh, I can't wait, man. I would be so excited for the days where we'd show up at Mount Union and it'd be the first day of practice. I bring that joy into the facility every day, thinking about just how much we love this sport. Yeah. Can't wait. Some version of that answer's coming.
Look, if Jalen Hurts comes out and says, hey, I don't know what the beef is. I love Nick Sirianni. We're just here to do our best. That's not going to make me feel any different about this football team than I do right now. Doesn't really matter to me. Your 76ers, they finished up the Las Vegas Summer League yesterday. I took some more looks at Jared McCain this week because I think he was the number one topic that you had to look at. I'm intrigued. I went from being, wow, okay, cool, he could slow down a Summer League game. And then as time went on, I was like, wow, his athleticism doesn't really stand out to me. And if you're 6'2", and a guard, an undersized guard that's more of a shooter than anything else, not having athleticism. But then I watched him a couple of times this week, and I'm like, and I think I said it last week, he does get his feet underneath of him very well for when he's on the move, standstill jump shots, and releases the ball well. Intrigued. I want to, obviously we all have to see more of him, but we'll see. And then tomorrow, this very program, Ray, you will be with me. Amy Fadul will be with us. We will be down at the Penn Medicine 76ers training complex in Camden, New Jersey, where they are going to introduce Tyrese Maxey and Paul George, two separate press conferences. Both of those players, we are told, will be joining the program. So tomorrow we will have Tyrese Maxey and Paul George on the show. Can't wait to talk to them. So that's a lot going on here on the national level. Xander Schauffele, he is your Open Championship winner. I don't know if you guys were interested. You were running around. You were probably driving or whatever.
I was livid on Saturday with the Shane Lowry performance. So I was done with the tournament after that.
It's funny because I got up early and was watching, the Open, which is great. I love getting up early on the weekend and having a major event going on. We were driving down to Ocean City during, I think I saw up until the leaders kind of were at 10, 11, 12, somewhere around there. got down to the shore, look at my phone. I'm like, oh, snap, he blew up. So Lowry blows up. Yeah, that was the guy you were rooting for?
Yeah.
Okay. So he kind of blows it up. Scheffler had a chance. At the beginning of Sunday, I'll be honest, hand to the air, I said to my wife, I said, Scheffler's going to win this. Watch. He was at 2 under, 2 strokes back. Looked good first couple of holes and then had like a 3-putt on somewhere, 7, 8, 9, something. And then he dropped out of it. So Xander Schauffele gets your win at the Open Championship, what we Americans call the British Open. But the snobs of golf do not. So I was trying to be a golf snob a little bit. LeBron James, it was announced, will be carrying the flag representing the men's participants in the Olympics in the opening ceremony, which is Friday night. The women's flag bearer, it's going to be named tomorrow on Tuesday. So we'll see who that is. You have a front runner?
No, I don't.
I think it's going to be this Katie Ledecky, who's in maybe her 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th Olympics. Swimmer.
That's a good front runner for you.
I think her first Olympics.
Medals.
Yeah, she's got 9,322 Olympic gold medals. So we'll see.
Has she done it before?
I don't believe. No.
Oh, okay,
the ones that I read that did it before were. This might only been representing basketball. Sue Bird and Dawn Staley carried before, but maybe in what I read, that's only representing basketball. So maybe Ledecky has. I don't know. But
I'll be honest with you, the flag bearing thing, I forgot it was a thing until
I didn't.
Not a big ceremoniesman.
I don't. It's like the All-Star game this year for me. Like, love it. Can't wait to see it. Once I watch it and see the USA come through, okay, I'm good. I really don't need. And USA's, if they go in alphabetical order, and United U is towards the end of the alphabet.
I thought maybe they do like a drop down on a website in America where like it's alphabetical, but somehow the United States
America
at the top.
came there. America common, United States of. Yeah.
Somehow we're always at the top of those drop down.
You would think. But speaking of Olympics, and this is the last thing we have for the front page. Friday night, watching the Phillies and all, they did what they did. Was it? No, I'm sorry, Saturday night. Saturday was a bad game. I'm kind of glad you didn't get in there. They get behind. They weren't hitting. Harper hits the home run to make it a 4-1 game in the 9th inning, but they were never really in it. So 8:30, I went over to the WNBA All-Stars versus the USA team, and the WNBA put a licking on them. And yeah, they only won by 8, but they got up by 20. It was I just thought it was fun to watch because it had that kind of all-star thing to it. But Team USA is getting ready for the Olympics, and I thought Diana Taurasi after the game got the team together, and it was heard over the mics, and she was bleeping a lot to her teammates, but it was really cool. It was a leadership moment where. We better get ready, man. Like, this is, So it was cool to see that the people that didn't make Team USA took it serious enough that they took it to them. So fun to watch. And there's your front page for the weekend. Sabigun, Olympics. Did you have anything to do with the Olympics this weekend? Did you have some kind of competition on your own going on?
Yeah, I did. So me and my buddies every year we get together. We do a beer Olympics, and it's kind of it's hard.
I'm sorry. Excuse me for interrupting. I swear, I thought you guys said peer Olympics out there. I'm not kidding. I thought it meant you got together with people your age and had like athletic competitions.
Oh, they're athletic.
Oh, it's a beer. I thought it was a playoff of beer Olympics.
I
wouldn't have brought up beer Olympics.
I was shocked that you were. I was like, what are you doing with the gun right now?
Let's not get deep into it at 10:19 in the morning. How did you do? Did you win?
All things, honestly, it's just a lot of games more so than drinking games. I would say it's like bago, cornhole, stuff like that.
Cool. So it's athletic competition.
Yeah, exactly. Me and my team. So the theme this year, you had to dress up as Will Ferrell or Elf, or Adam Sandler characters. I was Elf. We went out there. Team Elf dominated a little bit.
So you were the captain of your team?
Well, it was me and my girlfriend, and then mostly it's couples and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then there's a couple, stragglers who had to be on each other's teams. But we went out there. We won some games. I may have tossed out the scorecard like after a bad round of golf. And
boy.
As far as I'm concerned, my team won.
Okay, that works for me.
I don't believe him for a second.
How long did it take? Long day of competition?
Oh, it started at noon, and it very well went until it was dark.
Okay.
So, yeah, long competition, some double elimination, some single.
I love that kind of. What's your best sport that you played on Saturday?
Water
Like, what
balloon
were you-
toss.
Oh, yeah? Now your girlfriend was your partner?
Yeah.
All right. You guys wound up winning that.
Yeah, we were good at that. Came in second in bago / cornhole, whatever you
All
want
right.
to call it around here.
I'm a cornholian. That's just what I call it. I don't go bag, I go cornhole.
But
Yeah.
yeah, we won in my mind.
All right, that's cool. It reminds me, we were growing up, a buddy of mine who was a very good athlete, my friend Lenny, another one of our friends has a brother-in-law, Eddie, who's a really good athlete. And they would go back and forth, like who the better athlete was. So they created a competition, and they picked 7 sports. And they went one-on-one on 7 sports. But it wasn't like, it was a pool. It was bowling. It might have been a putting contest or something. It was, like cool stuff like that. And I think they did that, if I'm not mistaken, for a few years. In a competition. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome because my 2 brothers were also there, and it got into an argument pretty much just like your buddy and his brothers. Like, who's the best athlete in the family? Me.
Yeah.
And they might have beaten me a couple of times, but like I said, my team won. I put the thing together, I win. I get final say.
Ray, are you the best athlete in your family?
No, definitely not.
Who is?
No. My sister was
Michaela
a
is?
gymnast. Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My brother's going to have exception to me saying that, but
I don't care. I agree with you.
yeah.
I think it's Michaela, and I think you're number 2. All right, we get back. Got to talk some Eagles. They get on the field on Wednesday. Tomorrow they will report, and here's my first thought. Can the Eagles be really viable with this head coach not, and I put this in quotes, mattering a whole lot? There's been so much talk about Nick Sirianni during this offseason. It hasn't been about what adjustments will he make. It hasn't been about what's he going to do on the offensive side of the ball, what he's going to do with the defensive side of the ball. No, it's been about, more so, what exactly does he do? Are you okay with that? I mean, every time I hear this brought up, I hear the names of Mike Tomlin, Harbaugh, guys that don't specifically have their hands on one side of the ball. Well, if they can do it, why can't Nick Sirianni do it? I'm sorry. Those names and more, I cannot compare Nick Sirianni to. Is it a concern? We'll talk about it. 610-632-0975. How concerned are you? I'll give you my opinion when we get back about Nick Sirianni being more of a CEO coach. It turns out that there's a numerous amounts of them in the league. But are you okay with him being one of them? 610-632-0975. Thanks for joining us here today. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Days. So glad you're with us here on this Monday after, thank God, baseball came back. It just felt like way too long. Came back on Friday, but that wasn't a real good feeling.
Yeah.
But
who else came back on Friday?
What's that?
Pirates. That hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you heard it for sure. But so baseball came back, as is football coming Wednesday, as the Eagles will take the field in training camp. I've heard a lot of talk this offseason, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, the relationship. I got to tell you, it doesn't bother me. I don't mind. It's been brought up that Sirianni has spoken out, trying to protect Jalen Hurts. Maybe Hurts didn't give it back when he was asked about, working with Nick Sirianni, what's it like, and he didn't have an answer. Okay, I don't think Nick Sirianni, in all honesty, is Jalen Hurts' cup of tea. I'm okay with that. Like, I've worked with hundreds of people. You guys out there, I'm sure you have too. Sometimes there's people that you work with that you have to work with, and maybe they're not your cup of tea. Maybe they're not the kind of person you'd say, hey, let's go out and get a sandwich after, work tonight or something like that. To me, that's okay. That's fine. You got to figure out work first, relationship second. Now, like, all that's being made about Jalen Hurts not coming out and talking glowingly about Nick Sirianni, well, does that all go away if he comes out this week in a press conference and says, yeah, like last time it was a question I didn't know the answer to, talking about working stuff, but I love Nick. Yeah, Nick's great. I got no problem with Nick, never have. Okay, everything's good. The Eagles are going to have a better season now. I don't think the two come hand in hand. But when it does come to Nick Sirianni, and we've talked about Kellen Moore and the 95% of the new offense that Jalen Hurts is learning, it becomes pretty apparent that Nick Sirianni doesn't have a big hand, if a hand at all, in the offensive side of the ball. We know he's not dipping his head into Vic Fangio's defensive meetings. So it appears he is a CEO. He is an overlooker of what this organization is about. And once in a while, he'll give suggestions or correct a mistake here, or maybe it's footwork there, whatever. And I'm not diminishing what he does. This is what has been described. Are you okay with him being a CEO? You could be. I'll give the pros and cons. Was he a CEO the year they went to the Super Bowl? Well, you had a great defensive coordinator that year. Jonathan Gannon had a great year. Much like a lot of players on his defense, he may have had a career year that year. You had Shane Steichen on the offensive side of the ball. Many have given him almost all the accolades to what went right in that 14-3 season and what the team going to the Super Bowl, and Jalen Hurts almost winning MVP that year. He was okay then. Nobody complained about Nick Sirianni then. Everything was okay. Last year, things go downhill, and it seems there was a division between coaches and players, and we all know what it was. And more has come out with the Diana Rossini's article on Friday talking about, it was Nick Sirianni's offense. Brian Johnson was told to run it, but there were certainly, and I'm paraphrasing, handcuffs on him, and Jalen Hurts didn't like the way it was being called, all of those things. So now it comes again. Nick Sirianni is here, and I do agree he should not have been fired. I would not, if I was the CEO of this team, the owner, the general manager, I would not have fired him because of what he had done in his 3 seasons. Is he on the hot seat right now? Probably. I mean, we saw the headline in the Daily News on Monday, Sirianni, which was, seer, meaning hot. He's on the hot seat. But are you okay with him being the CEO? Because when you mention him with the likes of a Mike Tomlin, I don't know what Mike Tomlin does in Pittsburgh, but God, he must do it great because his team has never had a losing record, makes playoffs all the time. I understand people in Pittsburgh are upset that he hasn't won the big one more often or gotten there, all of that. He's a hell of a, if that's what he is, you want to call him CEO coach, he's great in my mind. That team is always there, always competing. John Harbaugh, same way. I have family down in Baltimore. Yeah, are they getting frustrated because they're not getting to the ultimate prize? Sure, they are. But if he's a guy that doesn't really run the offense, run the defense, but more of a CEO, I'll take John Harbaugh pretty much all the time. Dan Campbell in Detroit, newer guy. We saw the brashness of him, former player. Here I am, all that stuff. Okay, he promised he was going to grow that team, and he has. I'm okay with him right now. You put Nick Sirianni on the pedestal with those 3 other guys. Well, Campbell kind of compares in that he's growing the team much like Sirianni did, and Sirianni grew it very quickly by getting the team to the Super Bowl. But are you okay with him being the CEO / coach of this football team, Ray?
I'd rather that than have him have his hands all over the offense. Like, if you're going to bring him back, if you said that you were cool with him coming back, this is the ideal role for him.
Probably, right? Where
So-
you have an experienced Kellen Moore running the offense, an experienced Vic Fangio running the defense.
So at this point, he's back. He's a part of this team. He's going to be something. Head coach, CEO type, fine. You want to mention that, hey, Mike Tomlin's done wonderful because he's had all these winning seasons? So far, if you're trying to keep Sirianni around, the reason he's back here is because they had 3 winning seasons. Did not look very nice at the end. I'm not comparing the two, but when we talk about like success in terms of just a winning season, fine. He's had 3 of them. I, again, was not in favor of him being back here. I really
Right,
thought
yeah, you and
last
I
year,
differ.
we
I'm
do
sorry,
differ
go
on
ahead and
that. Yeah,
finish.
we differ on that one.
We don't. I didn't. All right, let me say. I'm speaking. There's 2 ways we do our jobs. What I would have done and what I think the team would have done. I think the team should not have fired him. You know what I mean? If I was Jeffrey Lurie, if I was Howie Roseman, I might have had a harder look than I don't know if I could have come right out and said, like, oh, yeah, no question, he's staying. I would have taken a harder look, whatever. Like, Bob Cooney could say, like, yeah, I would have gotten rid of Nick Sirianni. If a caller calls in and says, what do you think the Eagles are going to do? I would say, no, I don't think they're getting rid of Nick Sirianni. I didn't think the Eagles were going to get rid of Nick Sirianni, and Bob Cooney probably would not have either. So, yeah, we do differ on that.
Yeah, I just the end of that season will stick with me. I'm trying.
That's
I'm
fine.
trying. That's
Yeah.
By Wednesday, I want to get to the word that Josh used on Friday of refreshed. Like I want to get to that point where I'm just like, hey, guys playing football in shorts. Woo! It's camp season. Like I want to like just kind of move past everything, but I really find it difficult the more that we keep drubbing up the conversation about these people. What we went through in the last 7 weeks of that season. Last season to me has been boiled to 7 weeks. Ultimately, last season's the shortest NFL season of all time because it's only 7 games that we are going to discuss and talk about forever with that season. Like that is ultimately the way that conversation goes. But looking at him and looking at him being a CEO coach, if there's going to be a role for him here, bringing him back, that's the role for him. Like I am more than happy to have Kellen Moore in charge of this offense if it's not Sirianni. Like that's
right.
That's really where I'm at with him. And hey, listen, does he not get enough of the credit for 2022? Sure, because that's the way we operate with head coaches in this town. Doug Peterson did the same thing. All of a sudden, Peterson lost Frank Reich, and we still have people that when the Eagles were looking for an offensive coordinator this year, we're like, oh, you got to give Frank Reich a call. That man took us to a Super Bowl. That man was the big reason behind the. Like, people will, as soon as you give them reason not to give you credit for things that you've done, they'll take it. You see that with Sirianni right now. This is the role for him. If he's going to be with the organization, it's his role. Again, I think it's a very strange thing that basically all the power's been sapped from him, and he has such a powerful title, and it's a weird dynamic for us right now. Hopefully, the success makes this a normal dynamic where it's like, of course he's in this role. Of course, why wouldn't he be this?
So let me ask this question. They start out 10-1 last year. And in Diana Rossini's story, she said that, yeah, but those 11 games were a grind, and the players talked about it. Does Nick Sirianni deserve some credit that things were a grind, and we saw it with our eyes, the eye test, it was like, I called it a yeah, but 10-1 at the time on the air. I said, it's a, yeah, they're 10-1, but they weren't playing all that well, but they weren't winning in fashions that we saw them winning. Should Nick Sirianni get some credit for that in that the team wasn't playing well, but they were 10-1? Or was that just a factor of them having really good talent?
I think it's probably a factor of them having really good. Like, the way they got behind, I'd go back to Kansas City at Buffalo. Like, whatever they were planning to do in the first half of those games fell apart entirely. And, once they got into, like, survival mode, I think the talent of that team took over in the second half of those games when they beat those, real teams that because that was the conversation. Like, oh, we're going to embark on this, and I hate this word, and we use it all season, and
I'm never going to use it again once I find out what the word is.
A gauntlet.
I don't use that.
We're gonna get into this gauntlet now, and it was like, oh wow, they beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead. They came back and won that game. They beat the Bills, coming back and winning that game overtime. Hurts hits them with the shrug. All things were, wow, this team battled back. But if you look at the way they were prepared for those games, the way they entered those games, They looked awful in those first halves.
So, do you think that it was, and I don't like this term either, going rogue. Do
No,
you
I don't think
that
it's
was
going
the
rogue.
players? No. But do you think, all right, coaches prepare you for games. You come out, you're not prepared. You go to the second half, whatever, when you needed to do things, and you got them done. Do you think that lent more towards players taking over the game of – because we heard the story where Jalen Hurts said that he and A.J. Brown called their own play in Seattle. It didn't work. But we also heard somebody say, yeah, that happens a lot, that A.J. Brown will –
Hurts checked out of a play in the Kansas City game, and it worked, and they won the game.
Do you think the players took over more?
I think the talent took over in that point, where it's like, these are the things that, like, here's what we plan to do in this game. First half stunk. Here's what we know we do well. Now let's go out there and try and make it happen. And I'm sure they were freestyling a little bit to make that work. Like, ultimately, breaking down every single thing that happened last season from, like, game to game, the exercise at this point is, can Sirianni succeed in his role moving forward? If there's a role for him to be had in this organization, having his hands off of these things and just being cheap vibes officer for this group, I think that's ultimately where he's at. Like, I think it's an awkward position for everyone involved, because it's like this. Everyone else basically cleaned out their offices, and he's still left sitting around here.
Yeah.
But if that's what they believe, like, hey, he's earned the right to be here. He's had 3 straight winning seasons. If he's going to be a part of this organization, that has to be his role within the organization. So can it matter? Or can it be better? Like, okay, the Ravens thought they had hit like a stall. They went out, got a new offensive coordinator. Lamar Jackson was an MVP again. Like,
Buffalo changed coordinators middle of the season. Boom.
And you look, but I'm looking specifically CEO. Like,
right.
Looking at the CEO types, like, that worked for them. Harbaugh's track record, like, I'd be foolish to say that, oh, yeah, Sirianni's in that category. But Harbaugh's been able to survive a long time in a league that's not meant for long-term survival of a head coach. Tomlin, the same way.
Yeah.
Campbell, we're going to see. Campbell got the opportunity to keep his offensive coordinator around, which I think is going to be a big difference for them when we compare what Campbell's team does the next season versus what the Eagles did the next season.
Right.
So there's refreshes that have helped CEO coaches in the past. I think it's only awkward right now because we don't know if the dynamic in that room is still everyone like, oh, yeah, we love the fact that Sirianni's here.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll put the question out there. B-Gun, I want you to answer it when we get back. What do you need from Nick Sirianni this year? What do you need from him? I mean, we've described what we think is his job as a head coach. We don't know all the ins and outs of it. And if he's listening in the car going over to the meetings today, that they have before opening training camp tomorrow, he's probably saying, you guys have no clue how much I do. Okay. All right, fine. And I'm sure he does a lot more than any of us know. But what do you visibly need to see him do for this football team this season? 610-632-0975. So glad you're with us. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. welcome back as we get close to the 11 o'clock hour. Thank you for being with us today on this Monday. Phillies in Minnesota tonight, starting a 3-game series against the Twins. Tomorrow, we will be at the 76ers Penn Medicine 76ers Training Complex in Camden, New Jersey. We will be doing the show from there tomorrow as the team will introduce 2 new signees, and that is Tyrese Maxey and Paul George. So we'll carry their press conferences, and we will have them as guests on the program tomorrow. So we hope you look forward to that. And then, of course, tomorrow, the Eagles report to training camp. Now, they report. You know, you go in, say hi. Hey, Ray, do me a favor, step on the scale here. Ooh,
I'm not going to do it.
Ray, you look good. You maintain the weight we wanted you to.
I have.
Very proud of you. Come over here. We want to do a little eye test and, stuff like that. Maybe take some blood. No, whatever.
Oh, no.
Yeah, do all that. You have to. It's your job.
Nope. Not reporting. I'm holding out.
Oh, you're holding out?
I'm holding out.
Yeah, all right. I don't think the team's going to lose any sleep over if me, you, or Big Gun held out. But, yeah, so they'll do all that fun stuff, like get the paperwork done tomorrow, and then they will hit the field on Wednesday. You had some NFL news or something. I know you and Brendan Petrilli were going through this.
Yeah, Adam Schefter tweeted this one out within the last, 30 minutes, talking about Jordan Love, and that the Packers general manager said that Love will not practice until the 2 sides can get the contract extension done that they've been working on. So,
it is early. Obviously, very early.
Yeah.
Do you think this becomes a problem? It's kind of surprising being as such a young player saying, not getting it done yet.
No, I mean, he I think, signed the contract with them last year with the understanding, hey, this is kind of like the prove-it deal, because his rookie contract was almost up because of how long he had to sit for Aaron Rodgers. So I'm not surprised by it. I mean, right now, he's kind of the darling for a lot of, national media types.
And yourself included.
Well, he's the darling for me because, I'm kind of spiking the football after one season with him, where I'm like, I've been clamoring for this Jordan Love guy, and it's working out for him. I thought Jordan Love was the heir apparent in New England. I thought the Patriots should have drafted him that year. But that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, it is.
Go down.
Maybe we'll do that in a few weeks.
When we go into Packers
on a
radio.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
Midnight. Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, Sunday's 3 to 6. I'm sure I'll get into it. But for a lot of national media, it's look at the arm talent, look at the way he's elevated that offense, and he had a great second half of last season. It is interesting how quickly guys who have a lesser season than what they had before, it's like, oh yeah, they're never getting back to it, and now we're just going to say that this guy is going to ascend to greatness. I believe in the guy's talent. It's just funny how quickly narratives change in the NFL, and it's like,
look at quarterback for Philadelphia Eagles.
That's exactly the way I was tying it back to the Birds. But in terms of Love, I don't think this will be a massive distraction. I think this will get done. You could hope for it as an Eagles fan.
Absolutely, you can hope for it.
You know what? And I want to send this out. As a fan of Jordan Love and a fan of players getting their worth, Jordan Love, you hold out to get every single cent out of that Green Bay Packers organization. And if it takes you not traveling to Brazil to ensure that you get what you're worth, Jordan Love, I want you to get it.
I agree. If I was him, I would use that Eagles game as an example.
Yeah.
I would set that as his mark. Oh, no, I'm not going to play in that first game because I want them to see how badly we could lose to Philadelphia should I not play.
You want to see how valuable I am? I'm not getting on that plane to Brazil. Do it, Jordan Love. Do it for you, for your family, for the city of Philadelphia. But do it specifically for you. Don't even think about us when you do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with you.
Yeah.
Do you think Jordan Love, and we're not making this, I'm going to relate it to the Philadelphia Eagles. Jordan Love is now a quarterback after sitting. When Brett Favre was a quarterback in Green Bay for a long time with Aaron Rodgers sitting. Aaron Rodgers comes in, becomes a great, great quarterback in Green Bay, while for a short time there, Jordan Love is sitting. Now Jordan Love goes there and is getting love everywhere. Like you said, nationally, everywhere. Bing. Do you think the 2 quarterbacks before him lend a lot of reason why he's got... Oh, well, that's what they do. They produce quarterbacks there in Green Bay who stick around for 15 years and build Hall of Fame careers.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course he's getting that. I mean, I think we all will start to go... we assign certain things with certain teams. Like the Steelers, they take a linebacker.
Right.
Probably going to work for them.
Exactly.
They just seem to know that linebacker position. They're going to figure it out. Like, yeah, I think for certain teams, you're like, yeah, I think that's going to work out for
So here's my question for a Philadelphia Eagles quarterback, meaning Jalen Hurts. Is there anything outside of what he's done himself that we kind of pile on him, much like, oh, Jordan Love's going to be great for the next 20 years? Because you know what? That's what Brett Favre did, and that's what Aaron Rodgers did. Is there anything you think that we put upon? What is it?
We watched another quarterback have a nearly MVP season where he came second in MVP voting. The Eagles gave him a contract, and then the contract didn't work out. It was his predecessor. We will forever compare the two of them, but we also harbor the scars of what happened with Wentz, and that's how we have applied it to Jalen Hurts.
That's pretty good, because I hadn't thought that way. Now, I'm probably more naive, and maybe there's many, many listeners out there that say, yeah, that's the obvious thing. I don't look at it that. I put so much of what happened to Carson Wentz on the injuries. But that's also comparable. Because if you watch highlights of Carson Wentz the year that he should have won MVP or could have won MVP before the injury, you never saw that again. Vastly different. And I told you guys that I looked at highlights of Jalen Hurts last year and compared it to the year before, and it was vastly different. There must have been an injury there, and that's a topic of conversation that we've had and probably will get more into the future. All right, when we get back, more Eagles talk, but also, it's that little thing that I keep bringing up to you guys about the Philadelphia Phillies. It kind of shined through this weekend, but I can't let it bother me, and I need you guys to talk me out of it. 610-632-0975. The first question we asked of the day, what do you need out of Nick Sirianni? This is Middays. Ray Dunn co-hosting with me all day, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back, 11 o'clock. We called this the summer of Ray Dunn. Well, now I just learned this is the station of Ray Dunn. So, Ray, we are so happy to have you here. You are the best. Whenever I have something to talk about with Ray, I always bounce it off of him, and he's the greatest. So that's why I'm so glad that I get to work with you, Ray Dunn.
Are we allowed to say that the summer of Ray is over?
Nope. You just came back from Pittsburgh.
Well, yeah, then it's over. What? I can't
It was supposed to be over when you came back from Chicago.
I can't dwell on the past, man. You got to move forward. The trip's over, man.
Okay, you said that after Chicago, and then there was another trip. So, no, the summer of Ray continues. 15-7, a .682 winning percentage is what your Philadelphia Phillies have when Ray Dunn is in attendance.
Difficulty is they've lost 3 straight with me in attendance.
Well, it's going to be an up and down of a baseball. They're not going to play 700 ball.
The last time they lost 3 in a row with me in attendance, they won the next 11 I went to. That was the beginning of this season. So,
if you have tickets, 6-1.
If anyone wants to get me in the ballpark on Friday night.
All right, so you were in the ballpark on Friday night at PNC Park in Pittsburgh.
It's true.
You saw the Phillies take a lead early and get tied. You saw the Phillies take a lead again and get tied. You saw the Phillies take a lead into the 8th inning. They bring in Jeff Hoffman. Your thoughts when you were sitting out there and they brought in Hoffman for the 8th?
Oh, you better be real sure about where Alvarado's at right now.
Yeah, so it was my complaint. And, you know, my complaint 2 out of 3 times this weekend was something else. Left-handed pitchers, no Brandon Marsh, no Bryson Stott. Now, Edmundo Sosa had a couple of hits yesterday, and, you know.
And don't you discount Weston Wilson and the weekend he had.
Yeah, Weston Wilson, he's Ray's new right-handed bat.
That's right, guys.
He was parading around Pittsburgh this weekend saying, there it is.
He's the right-handed side of the platoon, guys. We figured it out.
So I said to Ray this morning, we're talking about Weston Wilson. And I said, you know, he did well this weekend. Obviously, he hit the home run, a time that you needed it, get bat on ball, get it to the outfield, get that sacrifice fly in with less than 2 out. He did that. Ray goes, wow, a 29-year-old that's been stuck in the minors is counting on playing fundamental baseball. And I had no response. I just laughed, and I said, you know, you're absolutely right.
You learn a thing or two in that amount of time down there in the minor leagues.
I would think so, yeah. So we'll see how it all plays out because what do we have, 8 days to go until when's trade deadline?
31st. So 9 days.
9 days. All right, 9 days to go until the trade deadline. We'll see. We saw a lot of names kind of crossed off this weekend according to reports like, nah, they're not going after him anymore, this guy anymore, that guy anymore. Do I read into it? I don't read into, like, what people relate to I read into who's best available out there and then see if any of those wind up landing with the Phillies. Of course, we know what we're talking about, a right-handed bat, heavy-hitting bat, hopefully out in left field that you can platoon with Brandon Marsh. People are talking about an arm in the bullpen. I wouldn't be horribly disappointed. I wouldn't even be disappointed if they didn't get an arm in the bullpen because I think they continuously have those arms in the bullpen. Look, guys are going to be up and down, and we can do the Alvarado's. Alvarado might become the guy that had a 1-point-something ERA again before this season ends. He's in a little bit of a slump now. Nobody's going to be perfect for the full year.
I will say, after this weekend, if I'm going to take something out of that weekend, one, I liked what I saw from Tyler Phillips on Sunday, and this current, way I feel about how Alvarado's going, because if you remember Friday, I was like, he got some rest. Let's see if he clicks back in. He didn't click back in. I think the conversation we had last week where I was like, hey, would you rather the high leverage guy or someone that's kind of like the in-between, could start your games towards the end of the season, then move to the bullpen at the end? I've walked off of that feeling. I've walked
after watching
closer to high
Tyler Phillips.
Well, yeah, because I think he can get you innings in the second half of the season. So I feel better about Phillips because I've seen it now a couple times. And I feel just a little bit like, you know what, the back end high leverage guy is probably the move for me with a bullpen arm.
So you see Hoffman come in on Friday, and you had that reaction. I hope Alvarado's ready. Once Alvarado comes in, not saying the result, but he comes in. What were your feelings there? Up a run, 9th inning. He has been struggling of late. But Rob Thompson, as we know he loves to do, the stubbornness, I'm going to keep riding this out, and it's hard. It's impossible. I'm not even going to say hard. It's impossible to argue with him with the success that he's had with the Philadelphia Phillies. But what was your thoughts? You see Alvarado. I don't think they used the bullpen cart on Friday night, so he probably walked in.
He did.
And you're thinking while he's making the walk from the bullpen onto the mound was?
My thinking was that I was going to find out pretty quickly where this was going to go. And as soon as I wanted to make sure that I had it right on who got the hit off of him. When it was Connor Joe that got the base hit, I was like, well, there was an out I was counting on that's not there anymore. And he was like, Alvarado was kind of food there for McCutchen. McCutchen knows, one, nobody really works the count in baseball quite like McCutchen. Like, there's a lot of guys that, like Schwarber's like that. You know, these guys who, I think McCutchen in his career right now, especially being like a 230 hitter, I'm sure Pittsburgh out there when they, open up the phone lines, they're how is the guy hitting 230 leading off for us? But McCutchen, the way he works the count, when Connor Joe gets the base hit, and I could see kind of where Alvarado's at in terms of commanding the strike zone, and the fact that he's not, I was like, oh, no. I was like, there's two runners on. I was like, there's just no way. McCutchen's not going chasing, and Alvarado's going to have to really attack the zone to get him. And I just didn't think he had it there. That point where they get 2 on and nobody out, I was starting to look at my friends like, hey, man, that guy over there you've been talking smack to the last couple innings, like, you might want to, like, slow down here because they're not winning this one. And then I was annoyed if we're going small things in the ninth inning. Sosa going home. Like,
yeah, I agree with you.
What in the world are we doing here? Outs are a premium. You're not getting the guy there. That bothered me a little bit.
Yeah.
And it didn't end up mattering because the next, I mean,
might have
if you're not playing
you might have played it differently. Exactly. Yeah.
So it kind of did matter, but it's whatever. Keeping it on Alvarado, I did not feel good once the first base runner got on, and then I saw McCutchen. I was like, yeah, this isn't going to work out.
Now, see, I felt horrible, and as I said to you, when they brought Hoffman in, I was ticked off. Now, like I said, I was in the car, so I couldn't see. They weren't showing, obviously. On the radio, they didn't tell me who was warming up in the bullpen, who was going to go for the 9th. All it was Hoffman's coming in here for the 8th, and that's when I started cursing out loud in the car, where I said, oh, please don't bring Alvarado. I don't hate Alvarado. I'm not down. He is slumping right now. He just is. Like, if I have a guy that's in a shooting slump in basketball that's a reserve for me, I'm not putting him in there to hit a 3 for a game time because, he's not hot right now. I was like, just put Strom in. If you got to go lefty, go Strom. Let him work lower leverage. I was ticked off when Hoffman came in. And, look, was it the right baseball move? I don't know. B-Gun. Is it the right baseball move where your manager is sticking to the guys that have brought him there and, he's well-liked and all of that? I mean, am I getting overly sensitive about please change your stubbornness every once in a while?
It's funny because I was watching the game with my dad, and he had the same exact reaction as you had in your car.
Is that right?
Like, he was pretty hot about it. But the thing I always go back to is Rob Thompson. He's pretty much pressed the right buttons all year, right?
Sure.
And you have this big lead in the division. Does that maybe afford you the opportunity to see Alvarado go out there and work himself out of it in higher leverage situations? Because you're going to have to find out if he can do it or not by the postseason. Because if you can't go out there in a high leverage situation when it's September, when it's October, then you're going to have to go out there and use somebody else in that bullpen. You're going to hope Soto comes along on the left-handed side because it can't just be Strom. Like, you either need to find out what Alvarado can do or you got to do it before the next 9 days or else you're going to have to go out there and get another high leverage guy. So,
that's a point I hadn't thought of. Do you really need to try him out, though? Or
that's exactly
a great point.
That's what this weekend was for me. This was an
you
audition.
said that earlier.
This weekend,
explain this out because this is interesting.
This weekend felt like an audition on a number of fronts. Alvarado in the 9th inning after he had been struggling after a break, to me was like, all right, hey, listen, we know you got 13 saves this season. You've closed a number of games for us. You've been struggling. Let's see if you can lock back in. Let's see if we really do need to go out there and address the back end of this bullpen. That to me was like, okay, let's see if he's got that in that moment. On top of that, and that was against the top of the lineup, too. Like, you go Connor Joe, which, again, was supposed to be your out.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And then you get McCutchen, who's going to work a tough at-bat, and then you go, through that top of that order. So I thought that decision, coupled with the decisions of Pache getting 2 starts in a weekend, coupled with the Wilson and Sosa being the right-handed side of the platoons, like, what are you looking at there? I just thought it was an audition for a number of guys. And I think there's varying degrees of what it's going to work out for a number of guys. Like Jose Alvarado going into Friday had a much better shot of locking down a closer job than I think Weston Wilson does of locking down the right side of the platoon. Like, there's certain things where, like, yeah, you're auditioning. How much is the audition going to matter in the eyes of, who's making the decisions. Like, that's ultimately why Whit Merrifield gets DFA'd a couple weeks ago, because it's like, all right, let's see if there's any other option in this organization to be on the right-handed side of the platoon. So they could keep saying it's not a platoon. Right now, it's probably best case offensively for you, because we've documented quite well the struggles of Stott. So they could keep saying it's not. If you keep rolling him out there against lefties, I have no choice but to believe right now you're looking for a little bit of platoon, or you're just looking to get Stott to maybe see the pitcher instead of going up there and batting, which I don't know how much really that does for you versus, just actually doing the thing.
All right, so if this weekend was kind of an audition, particularly Friday night for Jose Alvarado, what did yesterday mean to you for Jose Alvarado coming out, gave up a hit, but had 2 strikeouts, obviously looked better, low leverage situation, you're up 6-0 in the 8th inning. Did that mean anything to you at all?
I mean, not really. I want to say
he's got to get another chance.
I want to say this because the way we're talking about Alvarado right now diminishes the 35-game stretch where he was a sub-2 ERA. And after his first appearance all the way up until the beginning of July, he had a sub-2 ERA in that stretch. He got all 13 of those saves in that time. Like, I think the last time he got saved was that Cubs game that they won, I think the Wednesday night in Chicago. That was the last time he got a save. From that point to his second appearance of the season, he had a sub-2 ERA. He was electric. He was one of the best relievers in baseball in that stretch. He still has that potential to be night in and night out. Problem is, he hit a rough skid over those last 5-6 games. We've obviously seen what Hoffman can be. We know what they have in Strahm. I think they looked at it as like, okay, can we get him going in this situation? And can we, do we need to really look at the idea of a closer? And I think that was part of what the mindset went into Friday of getting him in there. I don't want to make it seem like I'm down on Alvarado. I think that Alvarado,
I agree. No, me neither. He's slumping a little bit now. Yeah.
Yeah, because this ultimately, he has a bad stretch, which for a reliever happens.
Right.
And it goes from, not that he's not just a closer, becomes you can't trust him at all. No, we want him to work through it in low leverage situations or lower leverage situations right now to the point where he builds himself back into the reliever that he was. So I don't want that to come across as like we're saying, oh, the Alvarado experience is over here.
No.
But in that time, I thought Friday night was all right, are you out of it? And can we trust you right now in this spot? And I think that was pretty clearly shown no. I think Thompson went back to him Sunday of here's something not as high leverage, not really high leverage at all. If you can get yourself through this one, let's start to get you comfortable again.
If I was Rob Thompson, I would have reversed it. I would have had him do a low leverage first to say, okay, all right, you look okay, let's go, and build it up to what he wanted him to do on Friday, which ultimately didn't happen.
Real quick, because I see it, and it's already happened on the YouTube comments on this one. I see that I'm reacting to a recent stretch. I'm not reacting to a recent stretch. I'm reacting to, here's the exact numbers for you. 36-game stretch where he goes 34 1/3, allowed just 7 earned runs at that time with a 1.83 ERA. Struck out 37 batters in those 34 1/3 innings. That's a great stretch for a reliever.
Yeah.
That's a great stretch. As bad as this has been over the last couple games, that type of productivity from a reliever, if you were getting that combined with the fact that they have 2 all-stars out of that pen, and, we seem to like the promise they have in Kerkering, and hey, Soto, Sir Anthony, one of those kicks it into gear, you're looking at 5-6 guys at the back end that you like. I'm more than happy for them to go out and get another reliever. But I just don't think that we could have the Alvarado conversation in a vacuum the way that, and not you who are saying it, but the way that was just put out there on
Sure.
on the chat.
And let's not forget a couple of things here. When a guy has a bad outing, like an Alvarado did on Friday night, or, pick somebody in a bad outing, as fans, that probably is going to stick with us a lot more than, I don't know, a Soto going out there for 10 straight outings and giving up 1 earned run, because that surprised me. A Sir Anthony goes a full month with a 1 ERA, shocked me. That doesn't sit with us because they're robotic. We expect them to go in there, get outs, good, next game. With Rob Thompson, it's probably a lot different. There's a comfort zone. There is look, I watched this guy go through 34 innings that Ray just described. I know what he has probably a little bit better, and it's in him a little bit better than it is with us fans. I think badness sticks with us more than the goodness does and should.
And this is a conversation that I've had with Ricky before. And I love it because there's times where he can bring up an outing where it just went bad for him, and he's like, yeah, that's the reason my ERA for that season wasn't sub 3. It was close to 3.5. It happened. Alvarado put his ERA behind the 8 ball entirely by the first outing of the season. Now I'm sure you have that outing. You're like, well, I'm going to end up making less money this year or next year because this is the way it started. Right now, he's having a stretch where there's been a couple of bad ones in there, and it's definitely inflated it. You know, I talk about Sir Anthony's ERA all the time. Like, you look at April. After April, he had to be like, well, you know, just flush the ERA down the toilet because it's not going to get any better. And he has the nice stretch, gets himself back into the threes. One bad outing, poof, back over 4. So, like, looking at Alvarado, I'm looking at how many times has he been consistently good for you than I am looking at, he blew up one time in March. He blew up now at 2-3 in July. Like, that's a concerning stretch. I'll be concerned about him right now. If he dials it back in August and September and pitches the way he did in May and June, like, I'm going to be looking at the postseason like, yeah, you throw that guy out there in a big moment for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting what's going to go on here for the next. You got some tough opponents coming up in Minnesota for 3, and then home against the Guardians and the Yankees. Hey, that 10 o'clock hour that we had before, it was awesome.
A lot of fun.
And it was brought to you by Window Nation. Take advantage of Window Nation's 50% off sale on all style windows. Plus, make no down payment with no payments and no interest for 12 full months. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Cousin Ryan on the cell has a thought about the Phillies. Ryan, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, boys, happy Monday.
Happy Monday, buddy.
So the other thing about what you guys were talking about is with these guys platooning a little bit, like this could also be an audition for Dave Dombrowski to move them as trade bait. It's not like they're going to be the all-star on another team, but they could be a missing link for another team to put a good run together. Weston Wilson, he's swinging a good bat at times. Another team, we could throw him in with a deal to get what we want out of it.
It's interesting, right? Because when you talk about trade, and you brought up Weston Wilson, who is not a normal, like an everyday Philly, obviously, but we haven't heard much about if they made a trade. It's all prospects. That's all. There hasn't been a thought. I mean, I saw one thing this weekend about, I'd throw Rojas in there, and it was a trade for...
But it's all the project in the future. Like, that Rojas is the projection in the future. I think the thing that would stop Wilson from being traded is he's 29.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
If you're a team that's trading away a known commodity, you're trying to hope that, like, you hit the dartboard on someone you got control with for a long time. I think that would be what stops Wilson from being thrown in any type of deal.
Yeah, and if that was the case, I wonder if they would have kept Marchand up for a little bit longer, maybe played him a couple games, because they said they're going to sit JT. They're not going to play him full bore. You show him off, and you say...
Those are some pretty numbers for him regardless. I'm not trading catching depth, I'll be honest with you.
Me neither. Yeah,
I gotta agree with John that my cousin John, that I think he hit the nail on the head that after this year, Marchand is going to be taking Stubbs' role for a little while.
Oh, sure. I think he takes it over completely. Yeah. Right. Thanks so much for the call. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I think if you're looking for an everyday backup catcher.
That's a role. I'll let you slide
I think
on that
Marchand, if you're building a team, probably has it over Stubbs.
Yeah, I thought last year that was the case. I remember where I was when I got the email from Phillies PR of like, Stubbs is back, because I was shocked.
Yeah, I think we all were surprised.
Yeah, I can tell you almost exactly. I looked down the phone, I was like, Stubbs? Really? And this is from someone that has enjoyed, I enjoy the vibes, the whole fun.
Oh, sure.
The playlist, the whole thing. I think, the fun that they have. So I was shocked because I was like, after the Poole comment, after just what he is as a player, I was like, I think they like Marchand in the organization. I thought for sure this would be the year of Marchand.
And then he got hurt.
Yeah, well, and then he got hurt, and then that kind of played into it as well.
Yeah.
I would think that next year, we want to do March talking points for next year or February talking points for next year. Marchand's probably the backup catcher. Yeah, if we want to plan out what we're going to be discussing on that one.
Yeah, and that'll certainly be a topic of discussion once the season is over.
That's fine.
Stubbs had a couple of hits yesterday. Defensively, I'm fine with him. We were talking about before the show how when he got hit on the hand on Friday night, you said you were listening to the Pittsburgh announcers were like, oh, my God, he might be out for the season, broken hand.
It was crazy. This is what we came to of, like, they haven't seen Garrett Stubbs every day, so, like, they don't understand that this just happens to him. Like, the guy just gets some sort of unfortunate thing to happen to him in every single game. And he's, like, down there, like, he's rolling around the ground. They're like, well, that's probably right around near the puncher's, or not the puncher's, the boxer's knuckle. It's like, that's a fracture. That could be a problem. I was like, driving up to park. I'm like, did they just lose Stubbs for the season? The way they were going, I was like, and then I got parked. I'm getting out of the car. They're like, Stubbs out there for the bottom of the first. I was like, I thought the guy was gone. I I was shocked he stayed to run in the game. I thought for sure he was done the way they were talking about him.
Yeah. Well, thankfully he's not, because you do need him for the rest of the season. We'll see how that plays out, as much as Real Muto playing. Probably not going to be a full bore. All right, when we get back, Eagles offense, yeah, it doesn't get talked about all that much because it's so great. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at it because, yeah, as with everything in sports, I have some concerns. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Here, middays. Bob Cooney, Ray Dunn co-hosting today. We got Brendan Gunn as our producer. So glad to have you with us. Hope you had a great weekend. We are all living through Ray. Once again, it was a Ray Dunn weekend during the Ray Dunn summer. Now, you were taking some heat from the morning show about background. Ray drove to Pittsburgh right after our show on Friday, was able to get into PNC Park by the second inning on Friday night.
About the same timing. Remember we were making the Wrigley comparisons? It was like scary.
Was it really?
Similarity of like the time I got there to Phillies Cubs and when I got there for Phillies Pirates.
So I was tempted because we were kind of just hanging around. We went down to a friend's house on Friday. We were miniature golfing before we went to her house to go watch the Phillies game. And I pick up my phone, and Donna's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I was going to text Ray." She goes, "Leave him alone. He's driving." And I wanted to text you, "Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?" Then finally, it was probably like close to 7 when I texted you, "Where are you?" And you said, "Just parking."
Yeah.
So you had a little harrowing experience with the parking. You forgot where you parked.
Yeah. I went to the game. I indulged in a few cold beverages, and I was like, oh, I saw that they had an overnight option for the place I parked. So I just gave a call to the hotline. Very cool. They had a hotline for someone that's there 24/7. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't do parking garages a lot because I live in the city, so I walk pretty much everywhere that's not here. So this is new to me. Might not be new to everyone else. They had a hotline. Called it. Hey, my car good to stay overnight? Whole thing. Oh, yeah. This is the fee, whatever. Very cheap, by the way, for what I expected. Certainly. Pittsburgh, cheaper than I expected. Aside from the tickets Saturday night, everything else was like
spot on
price-wise. And like, yeah, you could keep it there. So naturally, I went the next day to go get the car because everything I own is sitting in the back, trunk. I'll be honest with you, I ran so fast out of that car to get into that game, I just totally forgot where I'd parked it. Like I knew it was on one of the blue levels, but the way that it was all disjointed. Like there's east parking, west parking, central parking that doesn't have a label. Like it was on one of the blue zones, but I had no idea. I was walking around. They had a security guard tailing me. Like, is this guy loitering? Like trying to get in the cars and stuff. And it was like, no, I swear, I'm just trying to find my car, man. Just trying to find my car. I did. Just took like a half hour.
So I got a parking story when it relates to sports. It's my first ever as the Sixers beat writer. It's my first time covering preseason game. Flew to Toronto, rented a car and had to drive to London, Ontario because they had a game that night. Get there, game, everything's good. Stay over in London, Ontario. They're playing the next night in Toronto. So the next day I drive to my hotel in Toronto, settle up and everything. Or no, actually I got a hotel in Mississauga. So I was closer to the airport.
Logically.
So I drive to the game that night. I'm going to go into, now it's my first time ever. I'm in Toronto. I'm driving around the arena. I see a parking lot. I go to the guy, hey, I'm here for the game. Am I cool? You going to be open, after the games? Yep, no problem. Don't worry about it. All right, cool. Pay, park my car, write my story after the game, all that. Come out to the garage. Completely closed.
Ooh.
Guy was wrong. They weren't staying open. I'm like, oh, my God. My first road trip, and what? I'm going to have to sleep on the streets of Toronto, whatever. So walking around. I see a security guy. And I'm like, dude, I asked the guy. I tell him the whole story. He's like, where you parked? I'm like, right there. Like, that's my car. He's like, all right, hurry up, get in your car. And found some kind of a key to unlock a garage and got me out. But, yeah, that's a scary situation, man, with a car. And, like, my parents didn't drive. Mm-hmm. And I remember one of the first times I drove my dad to a game when I got my license. And, I didn't know the whole parking thing. So we come out after the game, and I'm like, oh, where we parked? And he's like, I don't know. And I was like, man. Yeah, so that
I think one that would resonate with a lot of Philadelphians is when you probably get the license, one of the first trips you take down to South Philly and trying to park at FDR Park and then realizing that the park closes. Because that was one that happened immediately. And B-Gun, I'm sure that happened to you. It happened to me. It's happened to a friend of mine that was driving. He's like, well, how are we getting out of here? And I'm going to say it. We're definitely not the only people that have jumped that curb and gotten over.
I've done the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, high schooler parked there after going to a Phillies game. Thought we were getting out of a $20 parking fee or whatnot. Tried to park there for free. Got locked in.
I'd be curious. Like, I would wonder what percentage of our audience has had that happen to them. Because I think it is like a rite of passage for, I would say certainly of people our age who like did the, oh yeah, I'm gonna game the system here. I'm not gonna pay $20 for parking. I'm gonna go park in FDR Park as a high schooler, like one of their first times going down there, and then like got after the game like, oh my God, how am I getting my car out of this park?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure many people have many, pretty good. We had a former writer when I was at the Daily News got locked into a baseball stadium because we had really late deadlines, like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Game got over, and he was just writing. And people were leaving. He wasn't thinking of it because, people come and go or whatever. Got done writing and realized it was like 2:30 in the morning, and the park was completely closed. Like crazy stuff like that. Like there's many people probably have many stories of, a harrowing experience.
Yeah, so the next time after my buddy's car, we got trapped in FDR, we decided, we're going to go to that CVS down the street on Broad and scheme the system that way. We're going to park in a CVS parking lot for free. Car's not there when we get back, of course.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a $20 parking fee. It was a $200 tow fee that we all had to chip in, and we're broke. So we had no more money after that.
They kind of look out for that stuff.
Yeah, the CVS
I know the CVS exactly that you're talking. Went there many times to get something before a Sixers game.
That's a horrid choice. No offense.
It's not even that close. I mean, in all honesty.
Well, no, but it's close enough. Like, if you're going to do the whole parking in South Philly thing to avoid the price, you can't do it that close because they're going to be looking right there for you. Like,
it wasn't the brightest decision.
And it's also right in front of a business who's like, trying to protect their parking lot for the patrons on that. Like, come on. I expect better. You got to come a little bit better than that.
That was bad.
We got some news. And we don't need the sounder. It's outfield related news with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Whoa.
They've brought an outfielder in. They re-signed David Dahl. He'll head to AAA.
Yeah, you're right.
Not David Dahl, not the guy people didn't want to send down and possibly lose.
Well, hey, they lost someone. The Braves were lurking.
So for those of you that didn't hear, they talked about it on the morning show because it did just happen this morning. Whit Merrifield has signed with the Atlanta Braves. Was there any more obvious of a move you knew the Braves were going to do than signing Whit Merrifield?
Especially after what happened to Ozzie Albies.
So, Albies, that's broken wrist?
Yeah.
Yeah, saw the play. The play didn't look all that bad. But as soon as he threw off his glove and grabbed it, you're like, I hate to see injury. I don't care if it's the opponent you're going after or whatever. That sucks. So he's like 6 to 8 weeks, did they come out with?
Yeah, I think it might be toward almost the rest of the season, regular season. Like, he'll be back, but you're looking at September at that point, like mid-September into late September. So that'll be interesting to see how they deal with that. Not that I'll be, like, obviously injury happened, but he's not having the best of seasons. Not that Whit Merrifield is having a particularly banner season, but I'll be honest. Andrew said it. Apparently, Connor had the same reaction. As soon as I saw that notification come across the phone, I was like, well, there you go. The real Whit Merrifield will show up. That man's hitting 300 the rest of the season. It goes against all logic and all of what I watched for his entire time in Philadelphia. I'm just like, yep, of course. Yeah, that guy's going to go have an impact with the Braves.
All right, we have to put a number out there. Something. Now, he's going to get at-bats. Whit Merrifield. Like, he's going to get some serious at-bats, more so than he had here in Philadelphia. I'll put the over-under batting average. You said, oh, no doubt he's going to hit 300. What did he hit here in Philly? Was he below 200?
I think he had to have ended.
I mean, he was
191. It feels like the number, but I might be making that up in my head. So I'm going to pull up the stat.
All right, that's okay. So Whit Merrifield,
199. I apologize to those who loved Whit Merrifield who may be listening. I had his batting average at 191. It was 199.
He did have that other hit that you forgot about in those 10 at bats. Yeah. So let's put it out there now. 265 and a half is the over under that I'm setting as far as what he'll hit with Atlanta for the rest of the season. We're talking about Whit Merrifield. Signed with the Braves this morning. Going to get some playing time. Going to get some at-bats. 265 and a half. B-Gun, over, under.
It's got to be under. I mean, that guy just didn't look like the same player at all. It would be a funny story, not funny at our. It would be funny at our expense if it was
funny
over.
How? Funny ha-ha?
But not funny ha-ha.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be under. It has to be. The guy lost it. Like, he's not good anymore. He's a great guy by all accounts. He's just not a good baseball player anymore.
Ray Dunn, what say you?
I'm sorry, guys. There's no logic behind this thought. Sometimes you just feel something, and you have to just say how you feel. Logically speaking, the guy stunk this season. And not just this season, the end of last season, too. I can't really fathom what I'm saying right now. Okay, I can't really come to the realization that this is actually what's crossed my mind. But I don't know. The Braves, for some reason, they give me the kind of plug and play type crap that drives me nuts. That like, yeah, of course they're going to pick up Whit Merrifield, and of course he's going to hit 300. He might not hit 300. The 265.5, though, again, my dumb, cynical Philadelphian mind is telling me, yeah, over 265.
So the year they got injuries, it was Jock Peterson was one, right?
As an outfielder, yeah.
Yeah. Who else didn't they grab two other guys that were kind
Duvall, Adam Duvall they had.
right?
Was Eddie Rosario a part of that team
Yes.
too? Yeah, Rosario was
Yeah.
like an MVP. CS.
Yes,
he's back,
exactly.
by the way, he's back. He's back with them. He had a home run the other day because, of course, he did. Listen, I'll be honest with you. The whole like releasing David Dahl and protecting him from the Braves like idea and strikes around it. To me, it made perfect sense. Strictly because I was like, if there's one place where David Dahl will find out that he's a major league hitter, it's down in freaking Atlanta. I don't get it.
Take away my dumb mind, all that stuff. Is it because it's a winning organization? We've talked about it, like the Celtics. Guys will go there, Al Horford. Guys will go there that you think, they're not much, and then all of a sudden they get with the Celtics, and it's like, wow, that's a really nice piece. Why is that? Is Atlanta like that type of organization? Do you think, Ray, where when somebody gets there, for some reason, the better part of you comes out as a player? I think there's something to be said for organizations like that. Do you think the Braves is one of them? Or do you think it's just dumb luck on the Phillies, bad side?
I mean, to be fair, with the way they used, and this might be part of the reason why I'm looking at left field, like, oh, yeah, I'd be cool with the platoon. Part of the way they used Duvall, like, it is kind of like a recipe for success. Like, Duvall, better mashing lefties. Jock Peterson, better mashing righties. Like, oh, yeah. Eddie Rosario, better mashing righties. Like, I think it also helped that, like, in some of those lineups, you had Freeman and, you had Albies having the years that they were. And now the Olsen last year, the season he had. Does help when you have talent around you and you're kind of pulling. I think the Phillies have found a bit of that right now. Like, you look at Edmundo Sosa and you're like, what was he as a hitter before he got here? Edmundo Sosa, we were trying to do gymnastics to keep him in the lineup, and like you look at a number of different. Brandon Marsh, he is a better baseball player now than he was with the Angels.
Much.
For sure.
And you can see the change. Change in his batting stance. Change in his, I don't want to say approach, but I think he has a bigger confidence level here than he had with the Angels.
And, like, I think for teams around the league, it's not that the Phillies lit the world on fire in the time where JT was out. But, like, if you had told me before the season there was a stretch without JT, without Harper, without Schwarber, a 10-game stretch, I'm not having them at 5-4 in the 9 games they played without them. Like, they did find guys that did enough. Like, Weston Wilson, it's a home run on Friday night. Someone that was preying on the Phillies' downfall probably let out an expletive and was like, you got to be this guy. Who is this guy and why is he hitting a home run? It's like you found a little bit of that. The Braves do have it a little bit more because they get these long stretches from these guys. Yeah. And I honestly think it's just my cynical Philadelphia mind.
All right.
I do think it's like, well, of course, the Philadelphia team's going to let go of a guy and he's going to have
And there could be more to it. It could be part of the other organization. All right, we have a lot on the table today. Eagles, Phillies, some Sixers I also want to get into later. I brought up the Eagles offense. We're going to talk about that, a whole lot more. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic. welcome back. Thanks for being with us on this midday. As we approach the 12 o'clock hour, Ray Dunn is with us as the co-host today. We appreciate him. Brendan Gunn. I'm looking something up here. That's why I kind of sound a little disjointed maybe, and I can't find it. But yesterday there was a situation that really ticked me off with the Phillies, and it just popped into my head when we were finishing up the last segment. And it was...
You wish they had Whit Merrifield for it?
At this point, yes. Okay? So I had to run to the store. Like, I perfectly timed it. I'm out back. I'm watching the Phillies game. They have a pretty good lead. I'm sitting there. I'm like, okay, I can run after their at bat here. It might have been in the seventh inning when they scored the 3 runs. So I go to the store. I have the game on, and Christian Pache's up with runners on base. And he gets a 3-0 count and swings and pops up. Like, I'm not a very reactive person. I know it sounded like I had a bad weekend with the Alvarado thing and cursing in the car. But I'm like, what are you doing? You have Kyle Schwarber on deck. You could have got the bases loaded if you had some. I'm okay with somebody maybe not being skillful enough to be able to hit Major League Baseball pitching, which Christian Pache has now shown for his whole career in Major League Baseball. What are you doing? And I'm thinking, all right, I'm being stupid. But no, the guys that I was listening to said the exact same thing. What? Can you explain that to me?
If you're trying to get me to defend Christian Pache swinging 3-0 with 2 guys on, I can't do it for you. You're not going to get that from me. I got nothing for you. I'll be honest with you. I said that this weekend felt like an audition.
Fail. Sorry. We'll have to recast you or something. How do you do that? Do you recast? Do you tell people no, you didn't make? What do you? I was never in a play. So if somebody does, do you tell them they're an understudy? He already is an understudy.
He is an understudy.
Do you cut them? Like, how does that work? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've watched High School Musical, so I think they put the big paper up on the board, and like the board in the hallway, and it's like, yeah, you're playing the role of this, right?
Yeah, you're old man number 3.
Yeah.
Like that's what you are.
Oh, okay.
Washed up player number 5. You're not Mufasa in The Lion King. Like, you're not the main character. You're a
Okay.
loser.
Yeah.
All right. I wouldn't want to be Mufasa. He dies.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
What?
Simba.
What?
I've never watched it. You just spoiled it.
Did I? Spoiler alert. My fault.
No, I've seen that on Broadway, Bob.
I would love to do that. I am so into those. Yeah, here it is. Phillies 8th inning. Wilson single to center. Stubbs single to right with 1 out. So you have first and second, 1 out, 3-0 count, and Pache decides to swing. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be Mufasa, no.
I think you would want to. I think you'd be a handsomely paid actor if you played Mufasa.
But he's only in a little bit of the show. I'd want to be. Well, no, because he comes back.
Yeah, he was in it for quite a bit.
Yeah, but I don't have the voice to be Mufasa.
I don't know. That was pretty good. That's the only line.
What was your favorite of those movies when you were growing up? Like you had
I was a big fan of
you had
Aladdin.
Toy Story, Aladdin, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was funny that it came up this weekend. We
Oh, yeah?
talked about favorite
Animated
movies, and there's a picture of me in Disney in like 2021. So there was still like COVID time, so you couldn't get close to the. It just looked like I was really awkward because my mom's like, "Oh my God, Princess Jasmine," and I'm like standing like probably like 12 feet like away. So it looks like, oh wow, dude was a little too awkward to walk up and actually take a picture, but it was COVID time. I couldn't go up there and take pictures of the cast member.
All right.
Yeah.
Big Gun, what was your favorite animated movie?
If we're going that Pixar route, I would say Toy Story, like by far. If we're going the old school cartoon, it would be The Lion King.
Lion King's old school cartoon. I like that. That was, no, he's right. I know.
Yeah, it's a 90s movie.
Yeah. And it was so big in my house because I had 2 boys 13 months apart. And I can't even describe how many times. Hey, you guys want to watch Lion King? Yeah. All right, let me put up the gate. Put up the gate, Lion King, and they'd sit there
Well, it's
and
funny.
watch it.
I loved Lion King. And then in high school, Hamlet, couldn't stand it. Stupid, even though it's the same exact story. Like, you draw some pictures of lions, you sing some songs, I'm good to go.
Look at this guy.
Tell you're one of the best writers of all time, told decades and decades and hundreds of years later, don't care. Don't care.
So you talk about, auditions this weekend. You thought that's what it was. That seems like a small little thing with Christian Pache, what I just described. You went 3-0, first and second, It's the 8th inning. You have Schwarber coming up behind you. You're up 5-0. Okay. Do you think, is that I'm auditioning these guys. I'm the lady from High School Musical, and I'm going, no, I don't think so. Do you put a mark next to Pache?
Yeah, obviously. I put a mark next to Pache for his tenure here. Like,
Well, what are they doing?
well, that's right. Like, and there was varying degrees of auditioning this weekend. Alvarado is much closer to being the team's closer than Pache is to being on this roster post-trade deadline, in my eyes. Like, I'll be honest with you. I think the deck is stacked against he and Weston Wilson.
Yeah.
Like, Wilson, I don't think will be on the roster post-deadline at all because I think they go out and get the right-handed bat, whether it be the left fielder. If they go out and get a center fielder, the only way Pache is sticking around is if Rojas is in that trade. Like, Pache has a path to being on this roster post-trade deadline, as much as I caution upsetting you. There's a path for him to be there.
Yeah.
I don't believe it to be the case. But, like, if they go in and get, like, a strictly right-handed bat, like, for some people, I don't want the guy. I understand he hit just absolute tanks here in Philadelphia a week ago, but he can't play left field. It's pretty obvious he can't play left. Brent Rooker.
I mean, you have that already. You have that already in Kyle Schwarber.
Right. Yeah, so I'm good.
Right?
I'm good on
You
Brent
have
Rooker
a Christian Pache and Johan Rojas.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Well, yeah, but here's what I'm saying. Like, if they were to go get a Brent Rooker, then I think they would probably keep a defensive-minded outfielder as well. Like, I think that's
Okay.
like, if they only go get the bat, I could see a world where they're like, oh yeah, Pache, yeah, he's still here, defensive guy, woohoo. You know, I don't think that would be the case. I do think that I don't think that it's going to be Rooker. Just an example of if they were to acquire X player, how it fits.
Right.
That player slots into where Weston Wilson is on the roster right now. I do think there's a world, as difficult as it is for all of us to stomach, where he's still around. I don't want it to be the case, but I could see it being the case.
Okay.
Just because I think they value the number of guys that can play center field for them and the number of good defensive outfielders they have.
Yeah, I have no problem with Rojas being everyday center fielder. I don't. I came to that conclusion at the beginning of the year. Then when they put him down, I said, please, can we just have things back the way they used to be? I'm fine. Go play center field, hit ninth, make all those plays that you make. I am great with that. No problem whatsoever. I wish they would play Brandon Marsh a little bit more, but they're not going to play him against left-handers. I understand that. That's the way it has to be. But I'm done with the Christian Pache experience. Miss Darbus. That was her name in High School Musical. Yeah. So when we get back, this Eagles offense, there isn't a lot to complain about. But there's some things to look at. I want to do that when we get back. We'll be back after this. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. O'clock here on Middays. Glad you have you with us as we're talking about an action-packed weekend and things to come. Don't forget tomorrow, myself, Ray, Amy Fadul, we're going to be down at the Sixers practice facility. That's right. We'll be down there tomorrow because they are going to be introducing at the Penn Medicine 76ers training complex in Camden, New Jersey. They will be introducing tomorrow Tyrese Maxey and Paul George. So press conferences there tomorrow. I think they're at 11 and 1, if I'm not mistaken.
11 and 1.
And somewhere between 10 and 2, we're going to have both of those guys on the program. So make sure you stay tuned for that tomorrow. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. Eagles report tomorrow. Phillies play tonight at 7:40. Is that okay with you, Ray? Starting time, 7:40?
It's 6:40 for the good people in the central time zone, so no.
Is it good for you tonight, Ray, the Phillies starting time for us here on the East Coast of 7:40?
Well, it means it's a 6:40 local time. So no.
You're getting like somebody else used to be like this. Like, just answer the question. Is the 7:40 start tonight for you here in Philadelphia okay?
Yeah, for me in Philadelphia.
All right, that's what I was looking for.
After 7 o'clock.
All right, okay. Is that the official rule? I didn't know if you were going to say 7:40 is too late.
No.
Okay.
No, 7:05 is the proper time to start a ball game. So for the people out there in Minnesota tonight, it's starting at 6:40. That's wrong. However, for me and the selfish person I am here on the East Coast, 7:40, sure, fine, whatever works for me.
Well, you got to be I mean, it's what works best for you. But I'm not calling any Minnesotian and saying, "Hey, are you okay today?" That was kind of
Not enough time for some pops before the game.
Yeah.
This is them talking, guys. I'm not making fun of that.
I don't have great fond memories of Minnesota.
To our Minnesota listening audience, just know that I see and I hear you.
Every time I travel to Minnesota, and this shouldn't be uncommon because I did cover a team in the winter, it was like a degree. I remember one time walking to the arena, and it went from -3 to -2. There was a bank in front of me that had, just the, and it went from -3 to -2. And I was like, oh, cool, I can take off my hat. It's warming up now. And it's pretty cool, though. Target Field is right there next to the Targets. I don't know if it's Target Field. Am I right on that? Where the Twins play? I don't know what. Anyway, the baseball field is right next to the Target Center. So actually, to go into the media entrance at the Target Center when I was covering the team, you would go to a vantage point where you're actually overlooking the field before going into the. It is Target Field.
It is Target Field.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. From the outside, never been in there, but from the outside looking down on it, it seems to be pretty cool. All right, we talked a little bit. We'll get this one out of the way. Earlier, Ray had a parking story out in Pittsburgh. Didn't know if he was ever going to be able to find his car. I parked in a garage that closed my first weekend covering the 76ers up in Toronto. They closed a garage on me. Luckily, able to get it open. We got a texter with something about parking?
Yeah, we got Dawood from the Northeast checking in. He said last year he took his 10-year-old son to his first Eagles game. It was the Dolphins game Sunday night, I believe. He decided
Eagles wore the green.
Kelly Green for the first time. They debuted him. But he decided he wasn't going to park by the stadium. He was going to go to his old neighborhood, Port Richmond, and then Uber down. Fine. Before the game, he went there. $20 Uber. It was probably like $10 cheaper than parking.
Yeah.
He didn't take into account how much it was going to cost after the game when the actual surcharges kick in. It cost him $190 to go 4 blocks down the street to Port Richmond.
That hurts.
Yeah, that'll sting. I'll be honest with you. The rideshare post-game plan, it's always better in theory than in practice.
Yeah.
Even with what they've made the modifications, the pickup spot and the whole thing, just the way the prices jack up there, like my tip for this one, and the way that I have tried to make this work for myself, and this is dependent, obviously with the kid, you're probably just kind of out of luck on this one. But I take the walk up into South Philadelphia, and there is a certain establishment, One South House, that I enjoy going to say hello to Anthony, the owner of the place, but also just enjoy the place in general. If I'm doing the rideshare thing, I take the walk up there. I stop on in. I have a nice beverage, and then by the time I have had that beverage and walked up there, surcharge is gone. All of a sudden, what was going to be, $100, what was going to be like $70 turns into $20, and whatever the 10, 15 I spent sitting there, maybe I got something to eat too. Who knows? But it's about half the price if you take the walk, enjoy another, in addition to the day into the night, and then take the Uber from there.
Right. Okay, yeah. When I was working at the Daily News and our offices were at Broad and Callow Hill, It was free parking on Sundays on the street. It's now where the police department is. But I would work on Sundays, Eagles games, a lot of times in the office to do writing in from there. And it would be amazing. People would park there, really smart. Go into, there was a bar right across the street, Westies. They'd go in there and party it up until 11:30 or so, and then hop on the broadsheet line right there and go on down. Smart move to do. All right, we have a lot of stuff going on here. One, I want to talk about, I brought up the Eagles offense. We're going to talk about that in 1 second. Joel Embiid came out, and we're going to get to this a little bit too, was interviewed by a New York Times guy asking him about his legacy, whatever. I'll tell you what, I couldn't be more annoyed. However, it's not a Joel Embiid. It's not. I just can't stand the line of questioning. We'll get into that a little bit later. Also, there was something else here that I wanted to talk about. Phillies. Matvei Michkov, he is in the air. So that means, John Clark is there. He's down at the he probably doesn't get in for another few hours. So I'm sure as soon as he lands, we may see tonight on our very airwaves of NBC Sports Philadelphia, John Clark interviewing Matvei Michkov's interpreter, because I don't think Michkov speaks English as of yet. But so some exciting stuff there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So.
I have to wonder, when I am so fascinated by Johnny Airports and by the whole inner workings of him getting there that honestly, Michkov getting interviewed is going to be great. But for me, just the idea that this is going to happen today is a big day for Philadelphia.
It is. It's all of sports, not just Philadelphia sports.
Well, hockey changes forever today.
Yeah.
I know they
No
branded
question.
last year a new era of orange. The new era really begins today.
So it'll
Good luck,
be
NHL.
So Matvei Michkov comes today, and it'll be. Here's what's going to happen. People are going to see the interview, and they're going to go, "Oh my God, look how small he is," because Clark's 6'5", and Matvei Michkov is like 5'8". So
5'8"? Wow.
I think he's on the smaller end. I might be making it up or something like that. So
5'10", Bob.
yeah, that's with skates though. 5'8", real life. I don't know. I'm just making that
seriously,
stuff
man,
up. But yeah,
trying to
so
diminish the man.
we'll talk about some of that stuff later on. But I brought up the Eagles offense, and there's really not much to talk about, right? I mean, you got Jalen Hurts at quarterback handing the ball off to Saquon Barkley, or if not, he's throwing the ball to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and you have Dallas Goedert at tight end, which I'm starting to get to the point of a Dallas Goedert of, really? We say this every year, and it just never seems to come to the fruition that we're looking at, but that's a talking point for maybe another day. You bring in an experienced offensive coordinator in Kellen Moore. A lot of expectations on him, the offense. John Kincade has overly professed his love for Kellen Moore and how great he's going to be here and all that. That's fine. I start to wonder, though, if you brought in any kind of veteran, successful offensive coordinator with those names I just mentioned, shouldn't they be pretty good? But if you look at the Eagles' offense, not much to talk about, and none of us has, to tell you the truth, during this offseason. Nope, should be really good, should score points, all that. Do you have any concerns with it? Because here might be mine. Let's relate the two, the offense to the defense. Okay? This is an offense that looks like it's going to score points because of the names I mentioned, let alone an offensive line that should be good still, even though I don't think it can be understated that you lost a Hall of Fame center. There is a way to defend this Eagles offense, and I've said it before, but I want to dive deeper into it today, and that is to keep them off the field. So if I was, I don't know, the owner, the GM, the overseer of this football team, I want a defense that is going to get the other team's offense off the field so that my unbelievably good offense, considered second-rated in the league and all this, whatever, can get on the field. I'm worried that this defense is the exact opposite of what this offense needs. Because what is Vic Fangio? He is a bend but don't break coach. Isn't that exactly the opposite of what you would want if you're this offense? Like, are we going to see an offense this year that's going to be tapping its toes on the sideline going, come on, guys, get off the field. Come on, let's go. Great, you held them to 3 points, but they had the ball for 7.5 minutes. Are the two, I guess my question is, with this offense not having many complaints that we do not have, all the stars on that offense that we see, is this defense built to be the exact opposite thing of what this offense may need? Because I'm afraid it might be.
Yeah, I understand the concern with it, and I know it's a conversation that happened in the Super Bowl year in 2022 when we saw that Washington game where they lose, and it was like, is this the right?
It's happened 4 times now with Washington. They haven't lost all the games, but Washington has, with less talent, hung with the Eagles because of this job description, and that's hold on to the ball offensively.
Yeah, it's hard for me, especially that other Washington game. Like last season, there was the Washington game, they win by 7. It was, 38-31? And so they could have put up 50 points if they didn't fumble a snap at the goal line and they didn't turn it over, I think, one more time in the red zone. Like, if the offense was 2 turnovers away from putting up 50 points, I'm going to say that that's more the offense probably holding on to the football and that they weren't hindered too much by the defense in that game. But I understand the thought process, the line of thinking with it. I just look at it so much more as it was only a talking point really after that Commanders game in 2022 because they finally lost something and we found out how this team could be vulnerable. The defense was certainly good enough for them the rest of the way, and amongst, when you look at rankings in football, amongst the best in football that year, where they got to the Super Bowl. And the defense, we would love more from them now that game. We've talked a lot more about special teams and about a certain turnover in that Super Bowl than that defense entirely, and about a penalty than that defense in its entirety, I think, as we look back on it. And not to say that they had a good game. We need the one stop. They didn't get the one stop, whatever. I think that, yes, it's a justifiable thought process, but to me it goes more, when I think about concern about getting people off the field, I don't know if it's the philosophy for me right now. It's the fact of the guys who are going to be playing out there on defense more than the actual philosophy of the defense when I'm concerned about them getting off the field. The time that I didn't see them getting anyone off the field last year was the time when they were led by Matt Patricia, who doesn't subscribe to that theory, even though he was kind of calling a defense that he wouldn't be the one that he put in place. Another awkward coaching dynamic from last season that I wish I could forget. So I think more, like the more times recent memory in my mind of the last couple seasons with this coach, really the head coach, and the philosophy that comes with that they have. My concern's been more about the personnel, because last year when they couldn't get off the field, it was because they didn't have the personnel to me, than the actual philosophy of the defense.
Okay, well, that plays into right what I'm saying. I'm nervous that this team has a bend, don't break defense. That's what they've tried to copy of what Vic Fangio does, get disciples of him, bring him in here. Okay, bend but don't break says one thing to me in my head, but you have playmakers. Bend, don't break means, okay, if you're going to allow them to run 10, 11, 12, 15 plays, on one of those plays they're going to make a mistake, and my playmaker, and this has been described to us before, and our playmakers are going to get plays. They're going to get turnovers. They're going to get interceptions. I don't see that. I do not see that with the players on this defense. CJ was a playmaker 2 years ago with the Eagles, 6 interceptions, all that. It's the only time really in his career that he was that. Who are the playmakers on this defense? Like, if Bob Cooney is wrong on this, and I could be, but I say I don't think bend, don't break goes with this offense where my defense is like, yeah, we're going to let them take 10, 12 plays because we're going to look to get that interception, fumble, and they're more likely to do it the more plays they run. To me, it just says, okay, while my stars are sitting their asses on the bench. I don't agree with that. Who are the playmakers on the defense that should make me think differently, Ray? And I'm not being a wise ass. I'm honest on this. I don't see any playmakers on this team. Slay, big play Slay. I know he had an interception for a touchdown in game 1 last year. I don't know if big play Slay is still that guy. CJ has done it once in his career with the Eagles, and that was great on a team that had a defense that everyone had career years. Do you see obvious playmakers that maybe I'm missing on this defense?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just said him. I understand your concern about him staying healthy. I'm not concerned about the player CJ is. It's just the way I view him. I think
not concerned doesn't say, okay. But you think he's a playmaker?
He fits that bill, and I mean, I think I'll be interested to see where Slay is at 33. You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think it's going to be the
2 years ago,
top level corner that he's been in his career. But you brought in Quinyon Mitchell as a first round pick you drafted him for a reason at that spot. You were anticipating him being a playmaker, and you're anticipating a first round draft pick on a team that wants to compete. He kind of has to be. I have not seen him play an NFL game yet. So to say he's not would be an overstatement, but to say that he is would also be an overstatement, I think. So I anticipate him being a playmaker. I haven't yet seen it. I haven't seen it just at the NFL level. So, I mean, CJ, I would think bringing in Mitchell to this defense, he can't qualify yet because you haven't seen him play a game, but that would be someone that I'm in this season. And Reed Blankenship in a role that he is now in, not as a top safety. I'm not putting him out there in coverage thinking he's locking someone up because that's not just how I anticipate him being. Him being free reign and being able to kind of be the heat-seeking missile wherever he wants to be, all right, fine. Like, he's not one that I'm building my defense around with the thought of, he's making plays out there, but in a lesser role that he's going to have this year, that could be better for him than what he was in a year ago.
Okay, that did not convince me. I'm nothing against you.
No, I'm not telling you this defense hasn't convinced me all offseason. Well, last week we had the championship roster conversation, and the whole thing in my head is this a championship level defense?
Right, exactly. So I'm nervous. When it comes to sports, you can look at one particular thing in a lot of different places. Okay, I'm generalizing it. I'm saying great offense, a defense that's bend, don't break. That limits, to me, how long the offense is going to be on the field to let those stars shine. And then I look at, okay, if I'm thinking in my head, bend, don't break, that means somebody's going to make plays for me. And that's why you're doing bend, don't break, because as they told us before, the longer they're on the field, the more of a chance there is for them to make a play. B. Gunn, who's your playmakers on this defense?
Other than the guys you mentioned, I mean, you have to. It's a bunch of guys that you're hoping are going to go out there and do it, like Ray said, like a Quinion Mitchell. You drafted him in that top first-round pick for a reason. You got to hope you paid Bryce Huff for a reason, right? He got 10 sacks last year, double-digit sacks on 42% of the plays. He's coming in this year. You paid him to be a playmaker. He has to go out there and be a playmaker. Now, am I going to come on these airwaves and call him a playmaker right now? No, I'm not putting my stamp of approval on that, but the Eagles paid him to go out there and do it, so that's what you have to hope for. You have to hope maybe a Cooper DeJean can fit into the slot or safety or wherever they use him as the Swiss Army knife right now, and he can make a couple of plays. But right now, it's a bunch of question marks and no answers. Like, I don't think there's one guy you can point on this defense and say, playmaker, besides CJ, and you need to hope that he goes out there and plays more than, a handful of games.
The word is starting to stick out to me like neon. Hope.
It's a defense built on hope.
That's
what this is. I made I think it was sometime around May the 4th where it was like the Star Wars line of rebellions are built on hope. This defense is built on hope. That's entirely what this defense is built upon.
Yeah.
You will hope you're able to get the production from Josh Sweat that you got 2 years ago. You hope that Bryce Huff is going to be what you lost in Hassan Reddick. You hope that what you have in the interior of Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis become what we all build them up to be. You hope that you just have better linebacker play than last year. I can't really sell you on anyone in there right now.
Exactly.
You hope that CJ comes back and is healthy and is the playmaker that he's been before. You hope that of all the different corners that you brought in, whether it's the guys you drafted at the top end of this draft, whether it's the guy that sat out the entire year last year due to the gambling suspension, whether it's a guy you drafted in the 4th round 2 years ago, you hope that some collection of those cornerbacks makes you a stronger secondary, and you hope again in that secondary that Sidney Brown gets healthy and is what you think he's promised, and Reed Blankenship looks better in a different role.
And maybe, just maybe, your second-year interior lineman in Jalen Carter could be one of your biggest playmakers this year. And if that is the case, that probably makes it easier for a CJ, a Slay, a Blankenship, as you said. Maybe that makes it easier for them to become some sort of playmakers. Now a quarterback's throwing the ball quicker, maybe a back foot, all of those things.
And this is something, one of the commenters on YouTube going off about the no Jalen Carter. But I believe he's a playmaker. He's just got to go out there and do it. I anticipate him doing it this season. But when you're talking playmakers in this specific aspect of the defense, I thought you were going secondary. So when
I hear you.
I was just everyone in the front seven to me doesn't. Well, everyone really on the defensive line, on the defensive front. To me, doesn't come to mind because I'm thinking about the guy getting the interception. I'm thinking about the guy making the series-ending stop. So I think Huff, Carter, those types of guys, what they anticipate them being lends themselves to the playmaker. And Josh Sweat, I think Josh Sweat's kind of like, I don't know if it's under the radar because they lost Reddick, and it's like he was the one I thought we were going to have the conversation about. Contract year for him, and we've seen it at times. We saw it obviously 2 seasons ago. 3 seasons ago, I think he had 6 sacks. Last year, I think he has like 6.5. I like the promise of what he can be, but I'm curious if what the role is going to be, whether the role's too much for him, and whether he's the same player without Reddick on the other side.
Sure.
So he's someone that fits the bill, and I'll be honest with you, I want to wipe the brow like that. I like the celebration. It's one of the best celebrations in sports. I want to see it.
Well,
it's cool.
It's one thing for us to come on here and say we hope for it. The guy in charge of this, Howie Roseman, he better be pretty sure that this defense can go out there and maintain something so this offense doesn't go out there and just go to waste. Because we all agree this is a Super Bowl offense outside some question marks on the offensive line and a couple of backup set positions.
Right.
But this defense just needs to keep them in games. If they can't do that, then I got to question what he's doing going forward after the season. I'm not jumping to there yet. But.
Yeah, no, defense is the biggest question. I've said it before. All right, when we get back, I do want to play for you the clip from Joel Embiid. He was asked a question. He had an answer. It annoyed the hell out of me. I heard it annoyed Andrew this morning, but it annoyed me for something totally different. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back. 12 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by Service First Heating and Air Conditioning. Get 0% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate when you purchase a complete heating and cooling system from Service First. Learn more at servicefirsthvac.com. So we got that going for us. All right. I brought it up. I was a little annoyed at something. We kind of looked deeper into it. I want to kind of get your opinion on it. About Joel Embiid. Now, he was interviewed by a New York Times reporter. And when I first heard it, it was just broken down to the part where the reporter asked the question, I'm paraphrasing, but we have the answer here, about where Joel Embiid might belong on the GOAT list. And, describes his injuries and all that. Where would you be? And this was Joel Embiid's answer to this New York Times reporter.
I think so. I think I'm that talented. I didn't stop believing it probably until I say my fourth or fifth year in the league, where I had the opportunity to accomplish something special. And for that, obviously, you need to win championships. And to win championships, you need other guys. You need help. You can't do it by yourself. It's just impossible. So that's why, I want to win so bad. But then again, if you don't, you just got to understand, as long as you worry about the right stuff, and if it doesn't happen, then I guess maybe it wasn't meant to happen. If you think about it, the thing that has stopped me all these years is, just freak injuries. Every single playoffs, regular season, people falling on my knee, or someone breaking my face twice. It's always about freak injuries at the wrong time. I really believe that.
Okay, there's a couple of ways to look at this. Now, the initial reaction, I totally understand it, and I think Andrew and John kind of both had it this morning, was that, oh, my God, stop talking about yourself. Why, immediately almost you go to, well, I got to be surrounded by people and all of those different things. Okay, you're going to let that upset you. I understand it. I am not going to, begrudge you that. My first annoyance was, why in the hell is a reporter during an Olympics to a 30-year-old who is still by far in the prime of his career talking about him being the greatest of all time? Can we stop looking so far into the future of everything and live in the here and now? To me, it's lazy. It really is. Oh, do you think you're one of the greatest of all time? Is that the thought that you really put into the question of, really? I'm going to take any top 20 player in this league and ask them where they belong in the greatest of all time. If I was the player, I'd be like, I don't feel like talking about that. I'm stuck in the here and now. Olympics, Sixers, championships, all of that. That's all I care about. Individual stuff, I don't. So that could be your complaint about Embiid's answer. I hate the question. I brought this up before. Why can't we live in the here and now? Why? Because I think it's lazy. Because, the whole, where's he going to – and I told you that Zion Williamson was in his second year, and somebody texted me and said, do you think he's a Hall of Famer? Tyrese Maxey, do you think he's going to be in the Hall of Fame? Do you think he's a first-team All-Star? How many times do you think – can we just live in the here and now? And maybe that's a generational thing. I just look at it as lazy in a reporter. If I'm asking questions of Joel Embiid here and now about what's going on, there's plenty of subjects to bring up instead of asking him if he's the GOAT. Now, we just looked a little bit deeper into the interview, and we wanted to see if this kind of came about naturally, if talk of greatest of all time came about. And, Ray, you had the interview up in front of you. The interviewer was asking him about his father a little bit, and this is maybe how it came into play?
He was asking him about kind of fatherhood. And he said that the question, and this is all edited down because I'm reading the transcript the New York Times put out from this podcast. Explain to me why having a child made you take basketball more seriously, because for some people the thought process might be, I have a kid now, maybe basketball is not the most important thing. And Embiid's answer, again, edited down, was it was all about setting a good example. I think it came from my dad. Growing up, he was a handball player and really good too. He was also in the Army. I was always going to all his games, watching him competing and succeeding. That was like the bar for me. I always told myself I want to be better than him. I don't want to put that pressure on my son, but if that's the way he wants to look at life, then he has to be the greatest player ever, which to me, it's all about health. If I was healthy in all the seasons, that'd be a different conversation.
Okay, so I kind of can understand where the reporter went. I like that his thing was he wanted to talk about being a different player since he became a family man. That's the here and now. Embiid went down that road, talked about greatest of all time, and then did say, if I didn't have these injuries. So the question the question annoys me less now that Embiid kind of went down there. I think he was, for lack of a better way, saying, as we all do as parents, you want your kid to be the greatest at whatever they do. Obviously, that is. I didn't have the chance to be the greatest ever of anything that I ever did, and most of us don't. Joel Embiid, I guess this reporter thought, well, that's the obvious question to ask. Do you consider yourself one of the greatest of all times? I don't think I'd have gone there. Like, that's not a question that interests me that I need to get the answer to here and now from Joel Embiid. But maybe I'm overlooking it because of my past profession.
I can already see Embiid in this answer combating the conversation around him. Like, when he said it, I think he knew the question he was setting up. Because you take the entire body of that answer.
He talks about health and being the greatest of all time. And
the last two sentences, which, again, it was edited down. So there could have been some more in between that just audio-wise we don't have. But he says, he goes from, then he has to be the best player ever, which is basically saying, like, if his son wants to be better than him, he has to be the greatest. And then he starts saying, which to me is all about health. Like, you can see him realizing what he said and starting to combat already what's going to be said about him. Because the man knows exactly where this conversation's going. And he's asked that later on. 2 days later, after the original interview, the added on the interview, there's the question. Before we go, I just wanted to say, the sports media hot take machine is going to go into overdrive because you said that if it hadn't been for injuries, you'd be in the greatest of all time conversation. Pete says that's okay because that's the truth. I mean, you think about what I've been able to accomplish and what has been taken away because of injuries. There's a lot of what ifs, but if you combine collectively and individually, you can make the case of being up there.
One of the greatest of all time, I don't disagree with him.
In terms of ability and what he's done in his position, I don't think you can debate that. And I think that's the way he looks at this.
Yeah.
I think he is, at this point, everything that he's seen, he's looking at like, okay, what can I do at my position versus what's been done at my position before? And he says, yeah, I am one of the greatest of all time doing that specific thing. When we do the GOAT conversation, it's a conversation that inevitably leads to like just rings versus, what's this guy accomplished versus what's been around him. If we're looking strictly at the center position in the NBA, his ability is one of the greatest of all time. And I think he's going to take solace in that conversation forever. That's, I think, where he's found his place in basketball history in his eyes.
Do you guys get that annoyance like I do, or it doesn't bother you at all, or maybe you like it, when a Tyrese Maxey, a question is brought up like to someone else? Oh, do you see him being a Hall of Famer? Do you see him being a multiple-time all-star starter? Or, somebody else like a Jalen Hurts after that year in 2022. Oh, he's going to be an MVP, time and time again in the NFL. Like, does that annoy you guys, or is that maybe a generation thing?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of annoys me because I do think it's a pointless question because typically all those things play out. You know what I mean? How many times is Tyrese Maxey going to be an all-star? I don't know. We'll find out eventually. It's not something that we need to know right now, like you said. We're going to find that out if he's going to be a Hall of Famer. We're going to find this out. We're going to find that out. The Embiid thing, a little bit, he's got a point with the injuries because we'll never know because the injuries didn't derail his career, obviously, but derailed his career from ever being in the conversation with a LeBron, with a Michael Jordan, because he's 30 years old without a ring anymore, so you can't have that conversation. And maybe if he didn't get hurt, that would have went that way. But as far as the questions go, yeah, a lot of those times they're just unnecessary because what do they amount to? Okay, yeah, I think Tyrese Maxey is going to be a 5-time All-Star. And what do I get out of that?
Yeah, I can't do it, and it's part of my makeup, as you know, day to day, all that stuff. I like what good does it do? What does that answer me about Joel Embiid as a basketball player now? What he's going through now, USA, Sixers, all that. That if he's going to look at himself as a GOAT when it's all said and done.
I mean, I look at this and I think we get a little bit of the mentality, a little bit of where he's at in terms of the way he views himself and the way he views his career. I think, and this is great because this quote and this being what pops out of this podcast is so indicative of where we're at in terms of engaging with sports content, because there are things in here, and we rolled through the transcript that the New York Times put out a little bit yesterday where we were talking about, I was way more intrigued by him talking about the 2020 season and how engaged he was in it and how annoyed he was with the way they built it, and him saying like it was his worst year in the NBA, he wasn't having fun. There was talk of the Kawhi shot and about how he mentions that he was annoyed that they broke up that core.
Yeah.
That core did not continue. Those things are so much more interesting to me because boiling down this to the GOAT conversation, You can see in his answers why he views himself in that conversation. And the people that get upset with him, I would ask you, is Joel Embiid wrong? When Joel Embiid mentions health being a reason why he hasn't gone further, is he wrong? No. When he mentions the core that didn't get a chance to work together and play together for a long time, and that 2020, he didn't think it fit. Do you believe in that case that he is totally wrong about them breaking up that core? Like, there are things here he sees circumstantially. You agree with him on a lot of the things circumstantially he's gone through. The biggest thing is I know everyone wants an admission of like blame, of guilt in some of these things. I don't need that from him right now.
Right, exactly.
He's currently in his career. I don't need him to label himself someone that has not yet been able to get to that point.
There's going to be plenty of time to talk about his career when his career is over.
Circumstantially, he's right about what he's saying.
Exactly.
The
Totally
admission
agree.
of fault, when you say to me, does he have a place in blame for why they haven't gone to where they've gone? Absolutely. You're not wrong about that thing. But Joel Embiid's arguing the same side of every Sixers fan for the last decade.
Exactly.
You are annoyed by the injuries. You're annoyed by the lack of continuity. You're annoyed a little bit. I mean, he basically says he thinks they made an entire mistake in the way they went about operating post-2019. Does anyone feel like that was not the case?
Right. No, yeah, you're right.
Like, he's right in what he's saying. He's also right that he needs guys to win a championship. You complain about Tobias Harris, too. The fans complained about it. Like, the guys he's been surrounded by. You complain about Ben Simmons. Like, he's right. And he's not yet closing the book on him winning. I don't want him to do that.
Exactly.
So I'm okay with the way he views himself and the way he views his career. I think with time, there'll be a way more reflection from him on where his actual place is. I want him to think right now that the only thing stopping him from being the GOAT's been the unfortunate things, not his own ability.
Yeah, just a reminder, Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds is going to join us 1 o'clock. So we'll talk to him about Eagles as they open training camp on Wednesday. They report tomorrow, but open up on Wednesday. We have that and a whole lot more. Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, got a reminder for you. FanFest 2024 ticket raid is tomorrow. That's right. 97.5 The Fanatic FanFest 2024 with FanDuel. It's Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. It's so much fun. Get your tickets during our next online ticket raid, which is tomorrow at 9 a.m. at 975thefanatic.com. It's the biggest party of the year for Philly sports fans. All of the Fanatic hosts, everybody you hear on these airwaves, we're all going to be there. There's going to be celebrity guests, Philly sports legends, activities, games, and a whole bunch of prizes. It's just a great day. If you need some information on it, just go to 975thefanatic.com. Also tomorrow, you got the ticket rate at 9. We're going to be down talking, Tyrese Maxey. We'll be talking to Paul George because tomorrow we are going to be doing the program from the Penn Medicine 76ers training complex over in Camden. We'll be there for our whole show. Be there from 10 to 2. Press conference at 11, press conference at 1, Maxey and George, and then we will have them on these very airwaves after that. So we look forward to that. A lot going on. Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds, he's going to be joining us at 1 o'clock to give us a little, preview about what maybe we should look forward to in training camp. This is a subject that comes up all the time on Sports Talk Radio. Ray, what is the story that you need to hear coming out of training camp early on for the Philadelphia Eagles for this 2024 season?
That they're good, Bob.
I don't think it's that simple, Ray.
If you're not good in shorts, you're not going to be good in pads, man. I just need to be good. Now, we've done about 1,000 different defense conversations. I would like to hear some oh, wow, Jalen Carter looks to be looking good. I want them to pop. That's what I need. I need the guys that I anticipate having a role and taking a step forward to pop. I'm getting the wow. You can't deny that what you've been watching with Jalen Carter. Wow, you can't deny with Quinyon Mitchell because for every guy that pops, 3 out of 4. No, not really. Maybe half. We'll go 2 of 4. Well, we'll be oh yeah, it'll translate and they'll have a good season. Of the those types of pedigree guys, not necessarily because someone that pops to you that's oh yeah, they're guy not 85 on this team. If they're popping to you, it's probably because oh, you think they might make the roster. I want them to exceed expectations to the point where I'm wow, hey, if the Beats are excited for him, then I should be.
So I look at it this way, that if I was covering the Eagles right now and you're going into training camp and you have, as you said, you have the shorts and the helmets on, and that's kind of it. You're running through some things.
They're going to have those helmets, the padded protective ones again?
Yes, you can have them.
My favorite look.
So that's pretty cool. So I got to say, I'm not really – all right, you're my editor. You're my boss. You're my guy at the radio station that says, Bob, what's your plan for going out and covering stories for this Philadelphia Eagles football team moving forward until, the regular season begins? Here's how I would do it. All right, well, early on when they're not really doing much except, schematically trying to get where they belong, whatever, I'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, we'll talk about the motion offense and all that stuff. I am not going to tell you that Cam Jurgens looked phenomenal snapping the ball 83 times to Jalen Hurts and not a fumble was committed between them because, I don't see – I'm not going to be able to see what greatness there is of Cam Jurgens on that. I'll keep an eye on injuries. I'll give you some really good, entertaining stories about this guy you never heard of that they signed as an undrafted free agent that has a brother that's competing in the Olympics in Paris on Tuesday in the, whatever, and this and that. I'll find you really good stories. When the other team comes in or the Eagles go to the other team, who are they practicing against? Do you know? I have the Eagles schedule up here, but I don't see it on here. So when the Eagles, and if you find it, let me know. When the Eagles go and put on those pads and play against that other professional football team when they do in-team practices, that's when I'm going to start giving you this guy looks good, that guy looks bad, he did really well, he did not. Who do they have? Do you know?
Their sole joint practices up in New England against the Patriots on August 6th or August 13th.
Just one?
Just one.
Wow, that's
sole
surprising.
Joint practice.
Okay.
Only one.
That's when I'll really start getting into what I think is, all of that, and then go forward. Is that a decent way of looking at it, do you think, Ray? Is there more? I just don't get anything out of Jalen Hurts went 10 for 12
yeah,
against,
not
like
getting
that. I'm not
ton of-
talking just stats, but I'm just,
Yeah, I mean, I just like to I think the people that cover the team have a general expectation going into camp of what they're going to see from those players, like what they've seen before, what they'll see again. If someone pops differently, I want that noted. I want that. I feel good about that. I'll be honest with you. If like the first day, it's like, wow, this guy is wreaking havoc. I'm not going out and saying, all right, everyone line up at the pro shop. That jersey's got to sell off, the rack here. We need everyone to support this guy. This guy's the future. I will do that in the second preseason game with a wide receiver that won't make the team. I just want to be clear on that. I want you, when it happens in the middle of August, and I'm like,
I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
I still am upset about Paul Turner. I am. So I just want you to know
You're an idiot.
it will happen. It will happen. But I'm not going to go overboard over what, a couple practices and all those different things tell you. You want someone to stand out beyond what has been expected of them so far.
Okay, so joint practice against the Patriots this year. I'm surprised it's only one. Kind of like a couple of days.
So apparently Bill just told B-Gun there's no practice against the Browns this year because they're playing in the regular season. Competitive advantage. Yeah. That's a Sirianni specialty right there. You can't let them see anything that they might see later on
I don't
down
think
the
Kevin
line.
Stefanski would want to come in here and play the Eagles when they're playing on the regular season either.
No. It's all about the competitive advantage, Bob.
Oh, okay. Is that one of the core values?
No. It's not a core value. But
Can you tell me off the top of your head what your core values are?
Communication, collaboration, cohesiveness, good high school stories, and
you had me for a second there.
I mean, I think I was pretty close.
Okay.
I think that was I think there's 3 C's.
I got to tell you, Landon Dickerson, good on you. He had a slip and slide at his house over the weekend, it looks like, and there's a lot of video of it. Pretty cool. Landon Dickerson, cutting his own lawn, doing all that. Awesome.
I didn't get it. I wasn't even close. Connect, compete, accountability, fundamentals, and football IQ.
You're right there. All right, you're right there. That's what we like to hear. All right, Jeff Mosher's going to join us 1 o'clock from Inside the Birds. Talk to us about the Eagles, what he expects to see come training camp, starting on the field on Wednesday. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5 The Fanatic. Welcome back, 1 o'clock on this Monday. Cloudy, Ray. First time out of the studio since we started the program. I looked outside. Very cloudy outside. Yes, looks like we got a lot of rain last night. Yesterday afternoon got a big storm, and then again last night we got some. I
actually had a listener DM me. Said that last week you said it was going to be less humid and the weather was going to break. And the listener,
I only say what the people on TV tell me.
The listener said, ask Bob how it's working out for him, that he actually follows and checks the weather.
Oh, believe me. Oh, yeah, good point. I put those people down to my wife a lot, like kiddingly, because I enjoy Adam Joseph and the such. But I do. I tease my wife. She takes it personal if I say something like, they were wrong about the weather. And she goes, oh, don't you start. She gets mad at me. She really does.
Does she get mad at the people that are like, oh, they were wrong about the sports again?
Good point.
Because we get those people all the time.
And she says that to me all the time, too. So there is that. All right, joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline from inside the Birds, we have Jeff Mosher joining us today. Jeff, so glad to have you. How are you, buddy?
I'm great, Bob. Good to talk to you. Just hearing you talk about the weather and the mugginess, and it's cloudy, it's sticky out. It sort of reminds me, and you probably remember, you've probably been up there, Lehigh, old days, start of Eagles training camp. Every once in a while you get one of those, you're up in the mountains and the humidity is just trapped right on the field, and it's gray upstairs. It was not good.
No, it wasn't. And I told this story, I think, a couple of weeks ago, Jeff. I was up there covering, and I had done something to my back the night before. I think I was playing ball or whatever. And there was a, kind of a timeout on the field. So I went down on one knee just to, stretch a little bit. And you know what happened. The PR people were right on top of me. We don't take knees here. Stand up. I don't care if you're media or anybody else. Stand up. Yeah, there were some soupy days there. Yeah. Hopefully it's better for you down at the complex, at the NovaCare complex. But, Jeff, I know from covering teams in the past, and you've done it so terrifically over the past, many years, you kind of focus on something when you're starting a season. And, it might not be your first story or whatever, but it's something that you're keeping a keen eye on. Do you do that? And if so, do you have something for this training camp?
Yes, always have, and I do think there are some things for this training camp. I'm a big observer, Bob, in coaches and coaching style and how coaches assert themselves. So whenever there's a new regime, and in this case you have a new offensive coordinator, new quarterbacks coach, new defensive coordinator, and on almost entirely new defensive staff, I always like to watch how the coaches, the position, not just the coordinators, but also the position coaches, how they go about their job, what kind of presence they show, how the players react, both not just the young players, because typically young players just do what they're told, but veterans who have been around the block a little bit, how they react to their new position coaches. I think it's a really interesting dynamic, and training camp gives you the best chance to see it because you get to watch consecutive practices. You're there. You really can focus in on it. And Bob, as you know, and I try to tell people all the time, training camp is such a circus because there's so much going on. You could have several different position drills going on at one time, that it's really hard to take a bird's eye view of everything going on. So each day I would try to focus in on something different and just try to master that as opposed to just covering the whole practice. So I would be keyed in on how these coaches are asserting themselves now.
So I have a quick follow-up to that, Jeff, and it's interesting that you said that. It's a great answer. If you're an outsider looking in, you say, yeah, sure, new defensive coordinator, new offensive coordinator, you want to see what's different. How does Nick Sirianni handle himself? How does he go about his business this year with these two veteran coordinators now coming in? Do you look for something different there?
A little bit, but, he has been more of a CEO, head coach anyway. Yes, he was heavily involved in the offense, but he did have offensive coordinators, whether it was Shane Steichen or Brian Johnson, and they were play callers. So he always, to me, was someone who would spend a lot of time with position groups like wide receiver because that's his position that he played. He would always spend a lot of time with wide receiver. Last year, I believe I remember seeing them sort of getting into it with the running backs and making sure that they were doing what they were supposed to do correctly. I would imagine that's going to stay the same, Bob. I mean, I think when you hire a guy like Vic Fangio, who has been a defensive coordinator for maybe as long as, or has been at least a defensive coach and play caller and for as long as Nick has been alive, right? then you just say, hey, listen, that's your defense. I'm going to let you do your thing. Of course, he might pop around, see how things are going. But the one thing about his defensive staff this year under Vic Fangio, guys like Clint Hurt, the defensive line coach, guys like Bobby King, the linebackers coach. He's been a coach for 15 years in the NFL. Clint Hurt was a defensive coordinator last year for the Seahawks. They don't have guys at a whole lot of positions who are new to this or plucked from the college ranks, which has kind of been an issue with this team in the past. They have a lot of really good veteran coaches. Christian Parker, the defensive backs coach, comes over from doing that a couple of years in Denver. I don't think Nick has to be as concerned about the messaging or the respect factor or the process. Now, he's the head coach, so of course he's going to check it out. But I do think one of the advantages of the Vic Fangio and the staff is that they should take care of everything by themselves. And the message from the top to the bottom should be well received because these are almost all of these coaches have coached with Vic before.
Going over to that offensive side of the ball and what you're looking for from Kellen Moore and just what you think you're going to get out of the early portion of training camp, seeing them on the field, seeing what's going on with them, what are you going to be able to take from what you observe just in the next couple of weeks before we even really see them in any sort of game fashion?
Yeah, right. It's funny because we mentioned on the podcast, Inside the Birds, that came out this morning where we really went into, expectations for this year's training camp, the big topics and storylines. But I always do this every year. Can't leave the first podcast of training camp week without the PSA to the fans, to the viewers, that the defense is always ahead of the offense for the first 2 weeks. Now, a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, I was pretty impressed with how the offense clicked right from the start. But like 99.9% of the time, the first week, 10 days, you're gonna think to yourself as you watch practice, what is wrong with the offense, right? Because the defense is always ahead. Remember, the pads don't come out right away. Offensive linemen can't really, you get the defensive linemen, they know the offensive linemen can't do much with them, so they fire toward the quarterback, and it just makes it look like the defense is, the 85 Bears and the offense is, the 85 Bears offense. Minus Walter Payton. So that's my PSA. But my expectations, Ray, is that as camp goes on, you really have to hone in on how Jalen Hurts and Kellen Moore are gelling together as a play caller / quarterback, how the offense looks. I'm really curious about the motion elements of the offense because that's been a big staple of Kellen Moore's offenses, both with the Chargers and with the Cowboys, and he comes from that spread background that's going to give you motion, it's going to give you shifting, it's going to give you bunch formations, trip formations, but all those words are sort of foreign concepts because the last few years the Eagles have not done a whole lot of that. I mean, they were last in the NFL in motion. We've been told that Josh Stoutland himself is not a big fan of motion. He is the run game coordinator. So they all have to figure out how this is going to work. How does Kellen Moore integrate his concepts into an offense that has been doing it differently? Because most coaches will tell you, I don't just run my offense and make everybody acclimated to it. I want to do what I want to do, but I also want to do what caters to the strengths of my personnel. So we've got 4, 5, 6 weeks here to see how that all works together.
We're talking to Jeff Mosher on the Comcast Business Hotline from Inside the Birds. And, Jeff, I've brought this up over the last couple of programs about I worry about the bend but don't break defense, keep getting teams off the field in order for the Eagles to allow that explosive offense to get on the field. Do the two mesh? Like, do you worry? Do you worry? But is there a worry that you have a defense that's saying, yeah, we can keep a team on the field for 10, 12, 13 plays and maybe get a turnover, while your offense is just sitting on the sideline tapping their feet saying, let's go, get us out there?
Bob, it's a great conversation because there's no real crystal clear answer to that. I mean, I could say, yes, I'm worried. I could say, no, I'm not. First of all, it's all about your talent, right? If you have good enough talent, you'll get off the field on third down. And usually on defense, that starts with a pass rush. And, the Eagles for a long time have had a pretty good pass rush. And last year, the second half of the season is really the first sign that it started to deteriorate a little bit. There's no more Hassan Reddick, but you have Bryce Huff. I don't know if you want to call that a wash or similar expectations. Bryce Huff has to prove after a really good year last year, though, that he can consistently churn it out the way Reddick has done for the last 3 or 4 years. Nolan Smith has to take a step up. You hope that Josh Sweat puts last year's second half behind and still has some pass rush left in the tank, and Jalen Carter in year 2 can be a part of that as well. We'll see with Zach Bond. If you have a really good pass rush, Bob, I'm not as concerned about it. 2 years ago, the Eagles made the Super Bowl with a bend but don't break defense, but also one that had 70 some odd sacks, right? But everything that you see in the NFL, what you're alluding to, is a reaction to what was happening on the offensive side. And for a long time, you had these explosive offenses. Andy Reid was putting them out year after year. So Vic and Shanahan, McVay offenses, what Vic Fangio does with that 5-man front, that's not something Vic's always done his whole life. That was really to counter those wide zone runs that you saw Shanahan and McVay doing, all those running. Let's get another guy in line of scrimmage, and then let's play a lot of zone behind that. Let's make teams go, instead of being explosive, let's make them go 13, 14, 15 plays, because that's hard. Someone's going to fumble it. Someone's going to throw an interception, right? That's why these defenses proliferated. But now in 2024, we can all see there are some pretty good offenses that have understood the benefit of taking what the defense gives and can do that, can go 12, 13, 14 plays at a time without turning the ball over. There's more than one. I mean, the Niners can do it, the Lions can do it, the Chiefs can do it, the Cowboys can do it, and I can probably think of 3 or 4 other offenses that are pretty good. The Bills can do it with Josh Allen. They've proven that. So, yeah, I do get too concerned about too much reliance on front four and sort of passive zone on the back half. I know a lot of people thought that was an issue 2 years ago with Jonathan Gannon, and, it obviously reared its ugly head in the Super Bowl. We'll have to see if Vic Fangio has yet another adjustment to be able to play the style of defense that he wants, but not be passive against some really good quarterbacks that are on the schedule this year.
You mentioned the talent there, talking about the defense, just saying that, hey, when you have good talent, you usually can get yourself off the field. Looking at this front seven, we've talked plenty this offseason about concerns, personnel, everything that can go into that. I'll spin this a different way for you. What excites you the most to watch in this front seven, and what are you most intrigued by going into training camp in the front seven of the defense?
Oh, man, Jalen Carter excites me, man. I mean, I know he kind of tailed off at the end of last year, but I think when you saw him at his best, he looked like a combination to me of Ndamukong Suh and Gerald McCoy. Suh was always like a physical, brute force, just slap you out of my way type player with some good bursts too. And McCoy, if you remember, he was the guy who could just shoot the gap so quickly and get to the quarterback. And I saw both of that in Jalen Carter last year. I saw times where he just bullied the guy in front of him, like a head slap, knocked the guy over on his butt, and he's on his way to the quarterback. And there are times I saw him just fire off the ball and make plays in the backfield, even dropping running backs. So I think that he's a guy that, if everything is going well for him, and with Clint Hurt now, a real veteran defensive line coach as his position coach, the sky's the limit, to be cliche. I mean, he could be a Pro Bowl, he could be an all-pro type player, and maybe the only interior lineman that's going to be a part of the 4-man pass rush. And that's another thing I'm wondering about, Ray, is what is the 4-man rush going to look like? That Bryce Huff's going to be on one edge. Well, who's the other edge player? Is it going to be Josh Sweat? Is it going to be Nolan Smith? Is it going to be Zach Bond? Is it going to be a combination? Brandon Graham will get a few reps in there. Are they going to move Brandon Graham inside again to be a third sort of defensive end in a 4-man rush, but kicked inside? I don't know. I'm just very interested to see how it all works out.
Jeff, I've kind of been surprised at people that when they talk about the Eagles offense, obviously you have all those star quality names that you talk about, but nothing gets started unless that offensive line is ready to go. Have we understated how, we all know Jason Kelce, Hall of Famer and all, but still it's just kind of but Cam Jurgens, that's the guy he picked. He's going there. Between Jurgens, Steen, is this going to take a while for this offensive line, do you think, to get in sync?
It could, Bob. And honestly, I don't know if we talk about it a whole lot or enough, because the Eagles have star power. Obviously, there's 3 really good offensive linemen with Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson, and Jordan Mailata. Now they've got 2 new starters. And if you remember last year, there were times, not a lot, but there were times where we'd say, hey, the Eagles sort of got their butts kicked a few times up front there. Going back to the New England game, that was a struggle. The Jets game, the Jets front really kicked them around a little bit. And there were a couple other times. And we had never said that for a couple of years about the Eagles' O-line, right? So now you've got 2 new starters, and one of them has to replace a Hall of Famer. Cam Durgan's replacing Jason Kelsey. The other one, the right guard, Tyler Steen, has to just prove that he's good enough to win the position. The interior offensive line was so strong for so many years because Jason Kelsey either had Isaac Seumalo playing at a really high level next to him at right guard, or Brandon Brooks playing at a really high level next to him at right guard. And there's a lot of communication involved there, especially on the road in domes when you're doing the silent count. The right guard is sort of the brains behind that to help the center. So now you got a new center, and now you got a new right guard. So that is clearly something that you got to watch for, I guess, starting week one. I mean, I don't know what the stadium in Sao Paulo is going to be like. More Packers. I'm sure Eagles fans are going to travel well. I don't know if they're going to have to use the silent count, but those are kind of the small things that I don't think get discussed enough, and they're really important. The symmetry on the offensive line and the interior especially.
Jeff, listen, it was great catching up with you again. Hope we can do this a lot more often because of all your great stuff. Everybody check out Inside the Birds. Jeff's stuff is all on there, and we really appreciate you joining us. And like I said, hopefully we'll be able to talk to you soon down the road.
I would love it. Bob, Ray, it's always great catching up with you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Jeff. Really appreciate it. Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds. A lot of interesting stuff there. Talking about the different ins and outs of the bend don't break, of the can you make plays after those 10, 12 plays. And Jeff saying, there's a lot of teams. And the teams he mentioned, there was a lot of NFC teams there that can go 12 plays without worrying about turnovers because they're not such that. What was the biggest thing that kind of came out to you with what Jeff had to say about this training camp coming up, Ray?
I like the combination of players that he mentioned with Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
That was nice for me to hear. But, yeah, you mentioned the little thought there. And he did mention when you have the talent to do it, you can get off the field. I think my concern defensively lies way more in terms of personnel than it does scheme right now.
Sure.
I think your conversation point of the scheme marrying on each side right there, of whether this works offensively, defensively, I totally understand the concern. Absolutely can't. I can't sit here and tell you I don't have it. I just go back to the funny line where Fangio's asked, like, well, when have you had the best defenses? Oh, when I've had the best talent. I get concerned about the talent level he has right now.
Yeah, because that four-letter word. It's funny. I was thinking of it because Jeff said it a couple times, and now it's become that thing. Like in a song, you hear a certain note or something that when you hear it, you just can't let it go. Man, every time I hear Eagles conversation, it's become my four-letter word, hope. The hope, 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 hope. There's so much of that around, and I understand it, but I can't, bank on it.
The two things right now, it's a defense built on hope, and it's an offseason where you've built up both the coordinators. Because every time you ask someone about this team, and it's something that I'm trying to figure out whether or not people feel better about the roster or they just feel like this roster is in a better position because of the coaches. Like the roster itself, we talk about a lot of the names that you get people excited about. The ones that you brought in, necessarily Saquon, Quinyon Mitchell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that's in terms of the excitement that have been from outside of the four walls of this team. Or Bryce Huff will throw in there as well, but Bryce Huff, you compare to last year, what you had in the front. People are building this defense on hope, and most of their excitement from the season comes from the idea that it's new coaches as compared to the players.
Right. And in the bend don't break conversation, Jeff made a great point. He said, look, they did that 2 years ago with Jonathan Gannon. They got to a Super Bowl. Totally agree with that. That's why I bring up playmakers, because they did it, bend don't break 2 years ago. They had 70 sacks. You had Slay and Bradbury maybe have their best years of their career. You certainly had CJ GJ have the best year of his career. I just wonder with this style, with this scheme of defense, if that's also what you have to have in order for it. And that means, I don't know, playmakers, because you had a bunch of them. That defensive line, almost everybody had career years.
Yeah.
So there's also another way I want to look at this, and it's in a positive way. And I'll get to it. It's off the bend, don't break, off of this offense. It's a positive way when we get back. This is Middays, Bob Cooney, 97.5, The Fanatic. Welcome back, 1:30 here. Middays as we take you up to the best show ever. Bill Colarulo is going to be running the show today with Ricky and Silvana. Nice, happy, good Silvana we got today, which is cool. We like that. Is there a correlation that she's nice and happy and Tyrone's not here? I'm just asking.
No,
I don't know.
That. You're starting
I am. I'm just. And you two apparently were getting along a little bit today, even though you made fun of her salad.
No, I didn't make fun of her salad. She's looking for meaning in everything I say. I just said, "Oh, we got the salad bag crew over here." Apparently, that was me criticizing the salad. I've had salad out of a bag before. It's good. I don't mind it.
Well, I went up and said, "Oh, what are you having for lunch?" So, no, because I couldn't see it. She goes, "Oh, salad." I saw the bag there when I got there. I didn't make a comment. You come right out with, "Oh, salad in a bag?"
No, we got the salad in the bag crew over here because we had the chicken fingers crew sitting over on the other side.
Yeah, Dylan's munching down. Yeah. They eat well, the midday show. Like, we're in a weird spot.
We're in a horrible spot for me.
The morning show was weird enough when I was on that. And B-Gun, you know this as well as anyone. The morning show, because you're in here at like 5 in the morning and it's a weird time, you just get through it and then you're like, oh, if I'm starving, I'll take care of it afterwards. That's okay. On the midday, or if you're on afternoon, I should say, if you're on the afternoon show, you can just munch down while you're preparing for the show. It's lunchtime, all that. Midday, you kind of get here. I get here like 8 o'clock in the morning, and then you're kind of preparing. You don't want to go like full-on breakfast. So you and I will do like maybe a bagel and a cup of coffee. And then, you're in the show the whole time, so we can't eat many times during the show. And then as you get done, it's like 2 o'clock, and you're ready to pass out because you haven't eaten all day, really.
I'm starving. This is a disastrous time for me to eat.
Yeah, but you don't want to ruin your appetite for dinner either. By the time you get home, it's like maybe 2:33. Then it's almost dinner time. You don't want to go hard on a lunch that late and then spoil dinner.
I know, but there's like no protein in my body. That's what I feel bad. Like there's no protein in bagels. So like I have to do a better job because then when I get home, you're right. That's what I'll do. I'll be like, all right, I can't just have something like light. I got to get some protein in my body because I start feeling weird. There it is. I didn't do that either, Ray, 131. I'm spoiling now I'm eating light dinners, and then it comes to the nighttime, and it's like, all right, where's the pretzels? Where's the popcorn? Because I always do have a little snack at night.
Yeah, I just struggle. Right? No, I struggle entirely because most of the way I prepare my days, I don't really wake up very early compared to, I assume, you and most of the people that, when I worked with Andrew, he would be up earlier. Me, it's kind of a wake up, like rush into the shower and then rush out the door. That's just kind of, I'm constantly waking up in a rush. Because I'm not a morning person. This is like starting a show at 10, when you start back timing when I have to be here to get things in order, it starts to play to the schedule. And it's really just me finding out that I need to like put together a better sleep schedule is really what it comes down to. But it's impacting my breakfast because the bagel is all I have because at home I don't make anything, and maybe just maybe there's been stretches where I've gotten these like yogurt smoothie things where I like can grab one of those on the run out. But then sometimes I'm so focused on getting out the door that I forget that there's even a breakfast to be had. And then those days, that's when I come in just starving.
Ray Dunn, bagels are all I have.
Please.
It's kind of sad.
Can that be the headline?
I hope your mom's not at home crying right now.
Actually,
oh my God, all he has is bagels.
They were cutting up a reel of me talking during the break. Brandon's cutting up a reel for Instagram for. Could we get that? Could that just be we put that out there? Bagels are all I have. That's me.
It might be. Yeah, we might have some fun with that. Hey, 1 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by Ferguson HVAC Lyon Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies. For every heating and cooling job, visit one of Ferguson's counter locations in Bensalem, King of Prussia, Pennsauken, or Westchester. Okay, we were just talking about something fun. Off the sports topic a little bit that happened this weekend, and that was Nights in Venice down in Ocean City. So for those of you that haven't been there, really cool time. They start a parade of boats in the bay, and it goes in and out of different lagoons in the bay. And there's a theme, and there's a grand marshal and all that. And this year's theme was Jimmy Buffett. So we went down. We had on our flowered shirts and all that stuff, and we did wave runners in the lagoon early in the day. 1:30, 2 o'clock, we took about an hour and a half ride, just, checking everything out. We had a party that we had to go to with other friends, so we went over there also on the bay. We're hanging out there. We left right as the parade was about to start because, different obligations of home and dogs and stuff like that. But Brandon Graham was your Graham Marshall, because the Graham Marshall was that dude from ESPN with the Southern accent. He covers college football.
McGee?
What?
McGee.
Is
Marty
it
McGee?
Marty McGee?
Maybe it was Marty McGee. But he covers the SEC mostly. And I'm like, where the heck? Because in years past, it's been like Jim Gardner. It was Jay Wright. And then they bring this guy who's got the most southern of southern accents. I know he's not from South Jersey. I think he's more South.
Marty Smith.
Marty Smith is who it was.
It's Marty and McGee do the Saturday morning.
Okay.
show
Yes,
that
they
are
do
on
the
here.
Saturday morning show. Yes.
Right. So
Very
Marty's
familiar with their game.
So Marty Smith can't be more southern, right? You know who he is. We've heard him, and he's great. He's really good, and he gets like these good relationships with players and stuff like that. But then the next morning, I didn't see Brandon Graham down there. I saw a lot of houses decorated in Eagle, so I guess they knew he was going to be there. But he's out on the boat, and there's people jumping off the docks to get into the bay to swim over to him. And look, it is what it is. It's a drunken fest. And, for better or for worse, that's what it is. I'm not going to lie. Everybody's safe. I didn't partake. I had to drive my family home, so you can have fun without partaking. But I started thinking of it on the way, or last night, actually. Give me an athlete that, on that type of situation, he's on a boat. He's like the year before, Jay Wright was the Grand Marshal, and we did the same thing. We were on the Wave Runners in the lagoon, and the Villanova decorations of houses and all, it was splendid. It was really, really cool, all of that. He might have been 2 years ago. Maybe last year was Jim Gardner, one of those. But who's a former Philly or current Philly athlete that you think would just draw the absolute perfect crowd for that kind of scenario? People are nuts, crazy. They said that Brandon Graham may have done the Eagles, EAGLES, close to 500 times on Saturday alone. Who's an athlete that you would love to have there for Philadelphia?
There's a very obvious one that I don't want to take. I feel like it's almost, I don't want to call it a lazy name to throw out there, but it's a pretty obvious one that I'm not going to take.
All right. You have to take in consideration, I think Brandon Graham got some beers thrown at him where he grabbed it and did that, and fans love that.
Right.
The guy you might be oh, no, you're talking another Eagle.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the obvious one.
Kelsey's the obvious one.
Yeah.
We'll take him out because he's the goat of that.
Yeah.
Now, it could be present, it could be past.
It's interesting because you mentioned the tossing of the beers, and it's not something I think of at all when I think about this guy, but I think about the energy he would bring and the excitement he would bring to just being out there and being amongst the people. And Tyrese Maxey jumps to mind for me. It's like a guy that I think people would have a lot of fun.
That's a
He's
great
all
one.
Smiles, all energy. I don't know how he responds, and I'm going to be honest with you. It's not at all part of his brand for me to see him drink. I don't know if he does.
And that doesn't have to be a part
right, but
of
if
it,
you're
I
thinking
guess,
about but I think Tyrese Maxey would be a fun, energetic type of people would be fired up to see him.
Yeah, that's good. Kelsey's the obvious. I should have said it before. We'll wipe him off the board. B-Gun, you got an athlete that they say, listen, here's the event. There's kids, and we drug a group of 9 kids on our Wave Runner. They were in the bay, and they're trying to swim to where they're going, and they're carrying the jugs and all that stuff. And they're like, you can see how tired they are in the middle of the bay. And
Worn out.
Hey, guys, can you do us a favor? Can you drag us over there? So we did. We drug 9 kids. And at first, I was holding the rope until my hand almost came off. But that's the kind of day it is, B-Gun. Who you got out there? What Philly athlete you asking to get a good response?
I was going down the list. Obviously, Kelsey was the obvious answer. You could go Embiid because he'd be fun in that kind of situation, too. I'm going to go a little bit sideways with it to a guy who had fun at a parade a couple years ago. Well, way too long at this point, 2018. He was here a short amount of time. But the way Chris Long put on a show at the Eagles parade, I think he would love that kind of environment. He still loves Philly to this day, just based on the reception he got at the games in public. I think he would put on a hell of a show as the Graham Marshal.
That's not bad.
You wouldn't be able to wear the mink coat, though. Not in July down the shore. But
no, that couldn't
the
have
Iverson
happened.
jersey, though.
Could just wear the Iverson.
Could just throw in the Iverson.
Now,
jersey.
Iverson was one from years back that I would have said, that would have been absolutely nuts. I'll kind of go off the beaten track a little bit, but I think it would garner as much fun reaction because of maybe lifestyle and all. And I'm going between 2 people. I'm going between 2 Philadelphia Phillies. Bryce Harper, he's a little too serious. Great, great. Phenomenal.
And he doesn't vibe with what you said it was either.
Oh, man.
I'm going with one of them. I just can't decide which one. Now, we saw Bohm down in Wildwood. right after the All-Star break. He was down. He likes the shore life. You know, everyone loves him. We see him after the games, you know, with the shirt off and throwing the beers down and stuff like that. Or does it go to be his roommate?
Oh, it's his roommate.
Do you go Marsh?
You got the right answer.
Yeah?
Yep, you won a pair of FanFest tickets with this answer, Bob.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you can go now.
You know what? Now that you brought that up, I'm going to give away a couple pair of FanFest tickets.
Oh, how about that?
How about the 5th and the 7th caller? 5th and 7th caller right now at 215-263-0975. You can get a pair of FanFest tickets right now. 215-263-0975. Caller 5, caller 7, you will win a pair of FanFest tickets. But so you say no doubt it's Marsh over Bohm, huh?
Yeah, I think Bohm strikes me as a little bit more, not that he's not outgoing, but I think of the two of them, I think Marsh is the extroverted, like, energy in the room type of guy.
Yeah.
Like, if I think both of them are probably a good time at a party, but if I think that Marsh is kind of the one that pronounces his entrance into the room, and Bohm is kind of the one where it's
Sidekick?
like once you start hanging out with the guy, it's like, oh yeah, this guy is a lot of fun, but he's not the one that like smacks you in the face with fun. Like, for example, one of my college roommates that went to Pittsburgh, he would be the guy that walks into the room and kind of pronounces his presence.
Okay.
I would say that I would follow more suit of the second. I would be closer to the Bohm.
You and I think, are the same. We'd be
Yeah.
more comfortable being the second fiddle,
Yeah,
let
I'm-
somebody else have the limelight.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, like
that's-
Connor would be the guy going in going, hey, I'm here. And then
Right.
we'd
well,
be like,
I don't want to compare Marsh to.
No, I don't ever
And I
wanna
actually
do
don't
that.
want Connor to think that we're comparing Marsh to him.
No,
either.
that's a good point.
So,
no. Yeah.
yeah.
How about you do this? Hey, boss, I got the ultimate idea. These guys are roommates. Do them together.
have them
bring
as
them-
the Grand Marshals
Yes.
together. Yeah,
Do
I don't know
them
if you
as
could do
Grand
that there,
Marshals
but you
together.
might as well get the whole band up there. Stay loose and sexy. Get them all up there.
No, I'll just go with those two guys. I only want those two guys doing it.
yeah, they're great to be the Grand Marshal. That's a great idea,
Would
Bob.
one be the Grander Marshal?
It's a great idea, Bob. You
Yeah. But good on good on the
Brandon
people
Graham. Good work this week by Brandon Graham.
Yeah, good on the people
It's a
of
fun
Ocean
idea.
City to get that all started and get it all going. They'll have another one next year. Maybe we can all meet down there next year and go together as a show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can all go together.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. All right, when we get back, we're going to finish this thing up. Talk to you about tomorrow because we got a big day planned for you tomorrow on the program. This is Middays 97.5 The Fanatic. Congratulations to Eric, no last name, and Mike, no last name, for winning FanFest tickets.
We don't need to put their business out there. We don't want them to get all those DMs like, hey, man, I heard you got a pair of FanFest tickets. You should take me.
Good point.
We're just protecting their anonymity.
Yes, we are. Anonymity. You can say it.
No,
are you the one that can't say that?
No, I'm not able to say it.
Try it. Anonymity. All right, whatever. Don't forget, FanFest 2024 ticket raid tomorrow at 9 o'clock. 97.5 The Fanatic, FanFest 2024 with FanDuel. It's on Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. You can get your tickets during our next online ticket raid, which I said is tomorrow at 9 o'clock at 975thefanatic.com. It's the biggest party of the year. For those of you that have been there, you know how much fun it is. How much fun it is. You know how great the crowd is. It's just a great day. All the Fanatic hosts, everybody you hear on the air will be there. There's going to be celebrity guests, Philly sports legends, activities, games, prizes, a whole lot more. You can get all the info at 975thefanatic.com.
I can't wait.
No, it is such a great day. Have you looked forward to see what the weather may be like on September 28th?
I should be asking you that.
I have not.
Man.
No.
Have you looked at the weather for tomorrow?
No. Why? Do we need to?
Well, no, I'm planning on my commute tomorrow to work.
Oh, that's right. So tomorrow, don't forget, we have reminded you we are going to be at the Penn Medicine 76ers Training Complex in Camden tomorrow. That's where we will be doing our show. Tyrese Maxey press conference at 11 o'clock. Paul George press conference at 1 o'clock. We will have those players on this program for interviews probably after they're done their press conferences. It's going to be a fluid thing, so we'll be doing that. Also, tomorrow we know that the Eagles will be reporting to training camp. A lot of people, what does it mean, reporting? They kind of check in, get weighed, get measured, get hellos, goodbyes. I need this, I need that. Can you do this for me? And then on Wednesday, they'll be all set to go out on the practice field to start doing some things. So Ray took a road trip this weekend. Went to Pittsburgh. It's just the summer, Ray. That's what he does, and that's awesome. He did it earlier this year where he went out to Wrigley Field, went to PNC Park. B-Gun, I got to ask you. Yeah, you have a road trip. Now, road trip can include flying.
Yeah. We'll be honest to everyone. I did not drive to Chicago.
No, you didn't. That's why I said,
yeah,
that's why I was thinking of. Like, he went to Chicago, went to Wrigley, went to a couple games there.
San Diego.
Yeah, he did do San Diego earlier, too. Was that was before Aruba? I'm sorry. No, I was just trying to lay things in order here. Road trip. Give me a road trip that you want to do. You can have, things involved. You don't want to travel too far, maybe. You don't have to fly, maybe. Sport, venue, all of that comes into play. What is one that you either have done that you loved or you haven't done that you would love to do?
So there's two I want to do as a sports fan. I want to do something you did with your family. You told me last week growing up, which is go out to South Bend. I've never done that as a Notre Dame fan. But what I want to do, I want to go to either the Baseball Hall of Fame or the Football Hall of Fame and see a player get inducted and then do many stops along the way. So that as a sports fan, that's what I want to do. Of course, if I'm just going on vacation, I'll drive to San Diego and stay out there for 2 weeks and not worry about the rest of the world.
Yeah,
but
that's a little long for a road trip.
You said we could fly.
Yeah, we could, but I mean, yeah.
So, I mean, I would love to go out there and see Jason Kelce get inducted into the Football Hall of Fame in 5 years. I think that would be a cool trip.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. How about you, Ray? Do you have one that you haven't done yet?
That one. I'd love to do that one. I think the next one the next one that I would like to do, and I don't know if it's going to be next summer or a summer down the line, I want to go out to Oracle Park, and I want to get in a kayak, and I want to be out there. And if I'm going to be in a kayak, I can guarantee it's going to be a 1-0 game where this team scores on an infield single. I can guarantee they're not hitting it out into the water, but I want to be out there for it next year. We literally had this conversation last week when they dropped the 2025 schedule that they're in San Francisco.
No, it wasn't a conversation. It was you laying out your plans.
It was me saying, wow, they're in San Francisco at the beginning of the week. They end the week in San Diego.
And then wasn't there a Dodgers thing in between or thrown in there
somehow? The Angels are home that week. The Angels are home that week.
Uh-huh.
So if I could knock out a couple, I want to go to all 30 ballparks. I make no bones about it.
Great goal. I love that. I do. I love that.
That's been the driving force, aside from the fact that I was like, let's have summer. That's been the driving force behind the trips. PNC I'd been to before, but that was more of it's across the state. Let's go have a summer. But Chicago, I want to get to Wrigley. Petco, I have a friend out there who I hadn't seen or I hadn't visited.
Just in your lifetime, though, or just within the next 10 years you want to do this?
I mean, probably in my lifetime. I imagine financially it's going to be more of a lifetime goal than it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, just because scheduling in general is going to be hard. Like, how often are they going to go out there? Every other year at this point in the AL and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Well, and I don't think it has to be a Phillies game for me for these. I'd like them to be like the Angels for me next year would be just that the Angels are home. I'll be honest, I'm not really. Phillies Angels doesn't really get the gears going. It'd just be to say I went to the ballpark. But
Of the parks to go to in baseball, what is kind of at the bottom of your list? Like, wow, I have to go there. I don't really.
I only give myself, like, if I've gone to a game there, like, I went to Nats Park, the game got rained out.
Okay.
So I have to go to Nats Park.
Kansas
that's a good
City,
one.
Does that intrigue you going to Kansas City?
They're not home the weekend that I'm there for my buddy's wedding.
Toronto, I've been in that. Not only have I been there, I stayed there. Yeah, you know how there's the hotel is attached to the stadium. I've done that. They have a bar in left field. It's pretty cool. And I went there and got something to eat and stuff like that.
Yankee Stadium became a wow. I did that, but I don't like the new Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. I was told I was there, but I do not remember being in this Yankee Stadium.
All right, Bob.
Well, no. Somebody said to me, "You covered the Phillies." Yeah, I know I didn't. I don't think I did cover Phillies Yankees World Series there. I covered Phillies Yankees World Series here, and it's where I became a big fan of Jorge Posada. Random, isn't it?
I mean,
so
kind of concerning.
This.
Like, this is something you drop. You do this like once a week, where you're dropping a bomb on us in the last minute.
Well, it's not a real story to tell. We had at the Daily News, I was covering Sixers practice during the day because that was my beat. Then at nighttime when they were playing the Yankees in the World Series, I would go over there. Well, I was like the, fifth guy on our coverage. You had your main guys that covered the Phillies all year, and then everybody else comes in. And my beat was the Yankees locker room. So I'll never forget, first game in Philly, I go into the Yankees locker room, and I'm looking around. Not that I don't know what to do, but I must have been looking around. I hear, "Hey, excuse me," somebody taps me. I said, "What's up?" He goes, "It's Jorge Posada." He says, "You a Philly guy?" I said, "Yeah." And I tell him what I'm doing. He goes, "Okay, whatever you need, man. I'll be your go-to if you want." And I was like, "Cool." So there was a lot of Jorge Posada quotes in my stories for that World Series. But we want to thank you for joining us today. Don't forget, tomorrow we are going to be a big day at the Penn Medicine 76ers training complex over in Camden. We will have Tyrese Maxey. We will have Paul George, their press conferences, and also on the air with us. Hope you join us tomorrow. Thanks for being with us today, everybody. Stay tuned for Middays.